What's going on here? Yeah, I'll get sorted.
The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth.
Yay!
UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Action.
Now we'll see how we go today. I think everything's working. Good to be back. Anyone out there? Okay, we'll just wait for Evil to join. Got itchy ears. It's obviously hay fever season again. Pollen everywhere in Christchurch. It's called the Garden City, but it's got a lot of bad pollen makers. So today we're looking at the Grand Canyon BS that's out there, and the Ukraine UAPs, and something new that Ben Hansen has brought up today, or overnight I should say, and maybe just to recap on some of the stuff that's happening offline, well, off live shows anyway. So yeah, not sure who's out there, but there's what the topic is today, and I got my web link here. There we go. It's actually warm finally. I just had a hot shower too, so whew, I'm hot. It feels good though. Yeah, it's one thing, benefit of not being on camera is you don't have to shave. Often I'm not shaved and got the hair all over the place. I don't have to sort of pretty myself up for live shows. Crap. Just got something popping up here. Let me just see if I can solve it. Dear. Accidentally hit something. What did I hit? Something's popping up here. I'm brave. Which one is it on though? It's kind of weird. What's brought that up? No, it's not that one. What is that? It's on one of them. Anyway, that gets rid of it. That's the problem. If you accidentally drop something on your keyboard or something, that can do crazy stuff. And of course we've got so many things running here for the streaming control and the capture screen. Let's see, I got 1, 2, 3, 4 browsers running to do this show so far. Sometimes I open up 5. So yeah, we're all up and running there. Looks like we might have 1 lurker. If you're new to the channel, just say hello on the side chat. Don't be afraid. Trolls, watch out, we will block you. So let's begin, I guess. So I suppose go to my Twitter. This is what I had to deal with this morning. I just want to report on Cayon, and many others have formed a group to expose frauds called Fourth Phase of Truth. So that'll be a new hashtag trending before long. But yeah, apparently Third Phase are using copyright strikes. As I mentioned, I got hit with a couple using it in a sneaky way, right? With background music. So I'll know how to get around that, of course. But they're taking out a whole video that exposes their faking they did and lying they did over the years, even from pretty much since they started up to 2022. And it's well researched, and the guy did such a good job. I thought I was watching some of my evidence. So it's good that 2 independent researchers can come up with the same conclusions, but he did miss the LA event one. And we've pretty much uploaded it everywhere on the web, and we'll continue to do so, even if it gets taken down by making new accounts. And it'd be a swat a mole situation. So yeah, once the genie's out the bottle, you can't hide, mate. You can't hide. So yeah, Steve has finally posted on Twitter, but a lot of our links are obviously not going to be publicized too much. So more people can get to watch it and know the truth, what's going on. So I said here, great job. Here it is here. Great job, super good editing. Would have taken heaps of time, not just researching it, but piecing it together and editing it. Many days work, probably actually a week's. And backs up all my stuff, and it was amazing how lots of it fit the same conclusions and images I found too. GUFONs should be ashamed. So yeah, Steve's put up this link. I'll give you a link to it. Not sure why he posted it under this one, but it is one of the classic debunks I did with Thirdphase shilling a UFO base, Nazi base down in Antarctica, when it's a well-known summer-based use down there. Was it the Norwegians or the Germans? I can't remember now. I'd have to re-watch it myself. But you can see here's one of the images, and then me posting images of the site, GPS coordinates, what's there. So we got similar stuff to go over today. I'll probably leave it till the end, like I usually do. Start off with more credible research first. So yeah, I'll post a link to this movie here that everybody should be watching. I would urge everybody to download it. It's free to download and re-upload everywhere that you want to show people. So do so. So I'll just copy that link there of Stephen's. I'm not saying Stephen's a perfect debunker or does the same stuff I do, because he doesn't, and he hasn't made mistakes, or he's made plenty of mistakes. At least he's now starting to own up to some of it. So yeah, that's for the greater good of the UFO community, of course. New movie, must watch. You need 2 hours spare though. 2 hours spare. If anyone's seen it, do come on the side chat and talk about it if you want. Unfortunately, we can't play clips here on YouTube because you know what scumbags YouTube are. They don't honour fair use, nor do Blake Cousins. So yeah, it's called The Hoax Files, Third Phase of Moon Exposed. I've actually got one link I've got up on Brightson, which is banned on Twitter and other social medias. Why, I don't know. But we will be posting that around about in our private discords. I won't share it here. For reasons, I've decided not to share it, but you can see I've re-imaged it, and I said a different name to it. But yeah, it's all over the place, and these places honour fair use and free speech, so they're going to have a lot harder time to take it down. And it's upset all the frauds, of course. And I will show you the comments I got today from the frauds. But yeah, you can get the link and just watch Cayon's one. That's okay by me. It's not about clicks on these sites and money on these sites like it is on YouTube. But yeah. And we got Ben's stuff there. But yeah, it's well edited, really good quality clips, and covers everything really. That's all I can say. It's extremely well done. Sort of thing I would have done. But you can see why they would want to take it down once you start watching it, right? If that was presented in court, it's a slam dunk, you know. Prison term for the frauds, pretty much, and it should be, really. FBI should close down these frauds, right? Producing content. That includes Tyler Clockner. And maybe Google should be sued by profiting millions of dollars over the years off these guys and Third Phase. That's my opinion. And anyone that's got any morals out there will have the same opinion. But yeah, let's just move on a bit. So I did get some Narky comments from you know who. I'm not going to focus on him, give him too much attention though. But this is the sort of thing when they start running scared, right? I just need to document some things here, just in case it goes to court, because it's the only way to stop some of these people, right? Will I avoid press and dent? You don't even know me. Teeny tiny. Well, Preston is working with the frauds, right? And he's promoting himself using the frauds, Third Phase. That's the number one reason to avoid him. Two, he's actually quite sloppy with his research. I've pointed out a few things on live streams over the years. Like he was on Third Phase saying that was definitely a UFO when it was clearly a optical illusion of a island that's out in a lake, Great Lake. He also talked about underground tunnels when it was a stitching error on Google Maps. Clearly a stitching artifact. You know how good Google Earth has. It has lots of strange anomalies on it. Hey, I missed one here. Thumbs up. Of course, Goofy doesn't understand what friendship is. People have to be fooling around to be close. So what does that make him and Amy? Oh wait, the bullshit he spews only applies to everybody else, not him. Exactly. He said my debunk on the Concorde video, which is pretty solid, right? You can see the dust tracks exactly where the roller lines are on 16mm footage. Or actually, the roller is always in a similar place for most of those type of movie projectors and recorders, right? But if you've not watched my overlay of the scratch marks to the actual Concorde video, you can see how it lines up and how the dust seems to skip and get caught in the next roller lines where the static builds up, where it's worn away, where it's sort of charged the film emulsion. Of course, I don't know anything, so he's saying stupid and weak, but he's never ever watched my stuff, right? He never watches anything. He's probably not even watched the latest movie where he's featured in it with Third Phase, so he just hears from people, remember? So that's not the way to conduct yourself if you're a professional. I spend the time watching stuff and making sure that I don't misquote things and take the right clips from things and quotes from things. As you know, if I forget, I search for it and try and bring it up on the screen to refresh my memory, because I can't possibly keep everything stored. I'm only human, even with my trillions of brain connections. So this is the thing that's sort of what people have been saying here about friendship. Keep sucking up to Cambion. You two are lovers now, I hear. Long distance nudes too. So to me that's the slander again, and I had to respond to it. And I said, and if you keep going on, you might see a courtroom and pay me $100 a week for the rest of your life. So, he thinks he's safe behind the screen, right, and live streams, but yeah, I think it's going to catch up pretty fast to him sooner or later. And of course, another insult here, which is not true. I've got 40 subs in the last month, right? Nobody is a fan of yours. Ha 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 ha. Well, you might be just regretting trolling me, GUFON, because people are paying more attention to me as the years go on. So that's that, I just want to document that, get it out of the way with. You can see why you have to get away from the internet and just switch it off sometimes, because this is classic what GUFON's doing. It's like a CIA known tactic to character assassinate people and constantly nag at them. You may have heard other people that have had that happen to them, and they break down and close their channels down or whatever. This doesn't happen to Kiwis. Kiwis are pretty solid creatures and will be around for a long time yet. So yeah. If you're not a member of my Twitter channel, just go and just join. I know you don't want to join it because it's censorship zone, but Elon Musk has now bought it apparently, so let's see if it improves, and a lot of people might come back to Twitter. So it sounds like it's in the works now. He probably got some billions off the price, probably won't find out what it cost him but it probably didn't cost him 44 billion. He probably got 10 billion knocked off. So, what's the topics today that's worth talking about, other than what we just discussed? So, yeah, I just came across this article here about new phones that come out this year. So, this is what we need to get in the next development of phones. 100 megabit camera phone, a smartphone, has been launched with a 100 megabit quad rear camera setup. 400 mAh battery has been given in this phone, and the smartphone gets fully charged in 35 minutes. That's a big power supply, but it gets pretty warm. The question is, though, does the camera have optical zoom? Without optical zooms, even 100 megabits is not really going to help too much for sky watching, at least, and it has to have Sony low light sensor in it to do away with the flash, and I think the phones are definitely getting better that way. My newest camera sees better in the dark than some of these couple of year old ones I bought for $100 for projects. My new camera, though, boots up in 5 minutes, while the old cameras boot up in a few seconds. So that's why I use the old phones, because I don't need the cameras on them, and I could always use the newer phone that I paid more money for it. So what they saying here? Camera phone, maybe many new technologies have not in comparison. Even 64 and 10, 108 megapixels camera is provided, but now a new model phone has been launched which has a 100 megapixel quad camera. So if you got 4 cameras on the same thing, it could combine it for the best image, right? Actually, a smartphone name. It always depends on how good the firmware is. Hi Nova 9 SE. Does it have optical, though? Renmi. What's that? Samsung. Real MC have launched 108 megabit camera, so they're all going to be competing now, which is good. The display supports up to 120 Hz. It comes with a P3 wide color gamut display, which improves the screen viewing experiences. The 3D glass back shell has been used on the back panel. Okay, but I didn't say anything about optical zoom, which is really needed, isn't it? Even if it's 2 times zoom, it's going to be better than. It's got a 16 megapixel front camera, by the looks of it, selfie camera. So they obviously know the back camera is where you do a lot of filming, not the front. Unless you're an attention seeker. 66 watt fast charger. So they're using these new PD smart charge ones, aren't they? So that would be what, 3 amps? 200 megapixel camera lens is getting ready. So they're already thinking about doubling it. Seen in the smartphone. Sensor is being prepared for the 200 megapixel. So it's all changing, guys, for the better. It's going to be very hard to hide UFOs and aliens soon. Imagine millions of those aimed at the sky when they see something. Well, I'm probably not the one that carries a phone wherever I go, but like some people do. I probably should share that link before I close it down. New 100 pixel camera. So I think Samsung, I think, and Mac, iPhone do have optical zoom. So I guess you'd expect to see this one having it as well. The people that write up these reviews have no clue about camera tech, right? So let's have a look at this. Cameras and actually we'll just put smartphones with optical zooms just to see how many's out there at the moment. Okay, so obviously if we're going to get ads, 10 best phones with optical zoom in 21. So those ones will be upgraded, right? They'll be upgraded. So as I thought, Galaxy Ultras there, I think that did have 3 cameras in optical zoom. Hybrid zoom, where it combines digital zoom with optical zoom, which is basically what my Sky camera does, and it does a pretty good job, I think. Samsung S22 Ultra, so you can see it's got a few cameras on the back there. And it's got 2, obviously, flash is it? Flash in the middle, and various sensors for working out distances. Hey Gabber. I can put you up a link if you want to come on. Depends what you're doing. Galaxy set 5G. So all these have, and the iPhone i3 Pro Max, yeah, that's the one. So you can see they're all competing, and now they've got optical zoom. What level was that? 4 times on that, or 2? Does it actually tell us? IQ 9 Pro, never heard of that one. So that's a 2.5 telephoto lens. So what it does, this has a 3 times optical. And the Mac iPhone, the Apple iPhone. And what did the Galaxy one have? Where is it? This one only has a 2 times optical zoom, so it's already been outdone. So yeah, they're gonna have to bring out another phone again. Alright, that's cool. Good. Everybody should be doing that, converting it to other languages. That would be a really good thing to do. The storm has begun. Finally. So yeah, and of course these phones are not cheap. There is knockoff phones. Be careful of fakes from China that claim to be Samsung originals, and they're not. For $100 or $200. Obviously that would happen once it becomes like a year or 2 old. So yeah, there's a few brands here. OnePlus, I've not heard of. Realme 9 Pro. What's the specs on that one? Where's the 2 times? Or 3 times? Why can't I see it? It's probably staring me in the face, is it? Unless it's a false page about zoom, optical zoom. Bigger pixel sizes, the main camera gives higher quality. Yeah, but that's not optical zoom, dope. So where's the zoom information on that one? Vibro, never heard of that one. Triple camera. Where's the optical zoom information on that one? I don't see it. The best were soon cameras, and of course then they list it here, so why haven't they given us the right information? They only got links to the most expensive ones, so this is how these websites work, right? They got affiliate links where they get money if you buy from clicking through, right? So that was just a quick search on that. Let me just bring up the free-for-all chat if people want to drop in and say stuff, they can. Gabber may have disappeared. Took me hours to translate. Yeah, I reckon. Because you have to watch it, so you could use the auto translate, I guess, from Google or Microsoft or something, and then screen capture that with Minicam. But yeah, that's what I would do if I had to do it. But yeah, just they don't have it on YouTube, do they? Though. I think what you can do is you can strip the audio. You can strip the audio and you can use Google Drive and you can upload there and it will translate audio to text file for you. And then convert it to other languages, I think. I haven't mucked around with it for a wee while. But you can download the transcript if it was on Google. I'm not sure about other alt media sites though. But if it's a transcript, you can obviously download that. But I think it can actually on Google Drive do it, but then it might get flagged. So yeah, it's a bit hard because if it's already flagged, I think the bot checks it, doesn't it, to see if someone's uploading it again into a string file. Yeah, then I correct every line of text. So yeah, that would be tedious. And then again, I have to check every line. Yeah, ideally it would be good if you had a Chinese person that knew English very well, can just translate on the fly and do it when, while they're watching it. Just sit down, watch it, create a Chinese subtitle for it as they go. There's probably various tools out there for doing it, making it simpler for creating subtitles, but I haven't looked into it. Good. Well, free for all's up and running. Post a link if anyone wants to come on, talk about drama or UFOs, or share their own UFO sightings, all their stories, they can. I'll just post it down there. There's a few live shows running at the moment, so I don't expect anyone to come to my channel. So be it. I don't care. It's not quantity, it's quality. And we got Gabber. So what could be better than that, eh? The Anzacs together. We're a force to reckon with. Ugh.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you, my mate?
Alright, you sort of distorted there a bit. What's happened?
Can you hear me? Are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, but to sound a wee bit far away or distorted. Something's going on there.
Maybe because I'm uploading the video.
Right, yeah, I can see it's a timing issue. It's obviously
yeah.
Jitsu's having trouble making it into packets and sending it if your computer's maxed out. But that's alright,
Yeah.
We can sort of hear you. You sound like you might
So-
be underwater a wee bit.
Yeah, another 10 minutes. another 10 minutes, it'll be finished. It's like 80% done.
Yeah. So when you play back my live stream and watch it, you'll see what I mean anyway. But yeah. So let's get back to doing UFO stuff. So I'll leave third phase one to the end. So obviously you've heard about Ukraine's astronomers saying that there are tons of UFOs over Kiev. Is that how you say that? Of course, for some reason they've put in all the Navy nonsense of tic-tacs and things, which kind of distracts from serious research, in my opinion. Because this is actually meant to be serious, right? It's meant to be people with cameras up in the sky trying to capture real evidence.
Why put that photo? Put the photos of the Ukraine. You know, they probably got no good photos of Ukraine UFOs, so they've got to put something else instead to cover it. You know. Yeah,
they got some photos further down, which I will cover, but I don't know why they didn't zoom in, enhance them, and bring it up there, like you say.
Exactly.
But yeah, we'll go over it, and I believe Mick West is claiming it's just the bugs are catching on the screen. Because as we know that bugs can get up to high altitudes, up to plane level, some of them, like butterflies, but and beetles, I think. But they can normally fly up to 10,000 feet, as far as I understand. Most birds or bugs or something, because I looked it up in the past. Actually, let's just recap on that before I begin, just to rule out bugs. How high up can bugs fly? Obviously, it's related to the thickness of the air, right, and air currents, and depends if they go with the air currents, the slipstrings, versus trying to fight against it, which they probably wouldn't have a shit show. So let's have a look. Did I put bugs? I forgot the bugs, did I? Oh no, I've got bugs here. Most insects can fly as they are in the air that's about 50 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. That's not what I asked. Let's see, altitude. Let's just, so as you know, we're talking about Fahrenheit there. We know that bugs, as soon as winter hits in Australia, it seems to go quiet with bugs. You know, once it hits about 23 Celsius, I think it is. I noticed that in Brisbane, all the ants seem to go underground, all the roaches disappear, apart from ones inside.
It's true, because summertime, we've got the infrared camera. I can see the bugs flying around.
Yeah.
Because of the infrared.
Yeah.
Now that it's winter time, because it gets like -2 degrees here at night time, no bugs, nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe because they don't heat themselves like we do. Obviously, our muscles would heat us, and internal muscles would heat them too, right? It's sugars into heat energy. And CO2 and all that sort of business. Scientists have collected locusts flying at heights of almost 15,000 feet. Stoneflies, mayflies at altitudes of 16,500 feet, which is quite amazing, really, isn't it? Butterflies over 20,000 feet. So that's up at plane level, right? Planes get up.
Yeah, cruising planes are like 20,000 feet. They go up to
52, I believe, is the highest that planes will go now, and that's only some pressurized cabins, right? So that would be where the level.
On average, like a commercial airliner flying past, the highest they usually are on average about 40,000. Can go up to 50,000.
Yeah, because the air thins, and that's why they have compression in the cabins.
I'm just measuring from flight radar. I watch all the planes, and I watch them fly past, and I judge at night time their height as they fly past on the radar app. So I can get like a visual representation. So if I see a UFO, I can guess within 5 or 10,000 feet how high the UFO is. I've been practicing, and the highest I've seen is like 40,000 around here. But in other areas, they'll climb higher, better turbulence, better, to catch a tailwind or whatever.
Yeah. You sound like Metal Mickey. I'm not sure if you ever remember that TV show from UK, but it was quite funny. Yeah, birds usually fly relatively low most of the year. They stay under 500 feet. During migration, birds gain altitude, and many species fly at 2,000 to 5,000 feet or higher. So they haven't really, what they're saying higher there means they could even go higher. But they haven't managed to record or document it, I guess. Who knows? Using prevailing winds to assist, a bird may begin migration at 5,000 feet and slowly climb to 20,000 feet. It says may, but I think it has been seen on some plane videos of birds flying that high as well. Although
That's
it's
like
really
the average. It's like the average height of plane. Average height of planes around here is about 15,000 feet.
so.
And
There
then
you go.
you go 40,000 feet for like the big huge 747, the big planes. They're the ones at 40,000. But the
Yeah, but you
average
can
little planes,
Yeah,
they're like 15,000. I find.
but you can see the birds can get the same height as the insects. So that's quite
Yep.
interesting. So obviously there's a some sort of limiting factor there that they can't go any higher. So if you're seeing stuff at 26,000 feet, you can say it's not a bug or a bird, right? Because a lot of
Yeah.
planes do cruise at 26,000 feet and higher. And that's at that level they create contrails. Below that, they generally don't create contrails because the wind, the different temperature layers are not there. The heat, cold layers are not there.
Yeah,
Also,
I've never seen contrails under 20,000 feet.
Also, if you look at the temperature per altitude, I think it gets too cold once you go above 20,000 feet. Chart. So this is measured obviously worldwide by balloons, right? Weather balloons. And they've broken it down here. And you can see the temperature drops off quite a lot. So once you get to 15,000 feet, it's already 5 degrees. But of course, birds.
That's Fahrenheit. 15 degrees Celsius. Is that right?
Yeah, Fahrenheit. Yeah.
That's double. It's basically double. So it's about 10, 12 degrees Celsius.
More rows. Okay, let's add more rows. There we go. US standard atmosphere versus altitude. And it's got the technical names: troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, and ionosphere. And
Wait a second. 5 Fahrenheit is minus 15 degrees Celsius. No bird's going up there.
So 20,000 feet, where is that on the chart? Negative 13 Fahrenheit, even at 20. So how long would a bird be able to stay up at that altitude? Not long, I think.
Negative Fahrenheit is minus 25 degrees Celsius. Forget about it.
Yeah. And the gravity, and what's this one? Absolute pressure. The pressure, let's see, what is that? 5. So you can see it drops right down. Sea level to 20,000 feet. 6.7. So you can see there, if it goes up even further than that, these values are gradually going to climb really fast. Because you can see even the 5,000 change, it's almost tripled, right? Everything's sort of tripled there in degrees negative. So yeah, it's quite interesting. Standard atmosphere air properties. I wanted a chart though. Here's a good chart. And you can see it goes like a strange curve, right? And the wind direction changes as well. So, which way is the wind going here? Let's see, temperature versus elevation. We could look at the wind. If you overlay the wind one, it's quite interesting to see how it sort of matches up too. Maybe we'll do that. But you can see here, sort of stabilizes for a while, and then it gets warmer, and then it gets warmer, drops off as you get up to 10,000, stabilizes to 20,000. That's probably why. And then you can see gradually gets warmer, which is kind of strange. And then it starts dropping off really quickly after 50,000 feet. Is that feet? Or is it... no, it won't be feet. Per meter. So we need one that's got feet on it, really. Because we're trying to compare it to feet. So that's probably why we're not... So what's 10,000 meters? Is that into feet? We need feet. 10,000 meters to feet. It's got to be a bigger number, isn't it? 20,000 or something? Right, there we go. No, that's 1,000. Must have missed off a 0. So it's 33,000 feet, right? So that's way up there. So let's have a look at that chart again. So it drops off to 30,000 feet, quite a lot. So what's it say down there? Says Kelvin. I don't understand Kelvin. So yeah, they're using the scientific measurements, meters and Kelvin. I suppose Kelvin is yeah, what is Kelvin? Why do they use Kelvin? I'm not too sure why they use Kelvin. That's another good question. Why do they still use Kelvin? Kevin, I got, is it, I typed it wrong. Kelvin, is it that way? Temperature. I probably got it spelled wrong. How'd you spell it? Yep, correct it. I did have it right, but with an I. Kelvin. No, that's right. I had it spelled right, didn't I? Here we go. The Kelvin scale, which is based on a physical properties of any gas, can be calibrated precisely anywhere in the universe with proper equipment and universal constant. That's why scientists often prefer to use the Kelvin scale in their experiments. But why don't they just convert the Kelvin to Celsius and stick with Celsius? Because it's Celsius is metric, right? Not and Fahrenheit is like the old timers, people that can't convert to what Australian and New Zealand use, which is the metric scale, because they can't get their heads around pounds to kilograms when it's so damn easy. Why is Kelvin still used? I suppose that's the same thing. Aside from evolving mathematical problems, it's like you might get dealing with negative numbers in other temperature scales. There are 2 other reasons to use Kelvin scale. First, K is a proved SI unit, so it's standard scale all over the world. Okay, why there no degree in Kelvin? Yeah, so there's always a lot to learn about science and why they do things the way they do it.
My voice better now.
So I can see here they're dealing with bigger numbers. Means that Celsius would be a big number. You see, you can see here they can taper it right off to use smaller numbers. I guess it makes it easier. So you're back to normal now. I did hear you're underwater.
Am I still underwater?
No, you're normal now.
Yeah, it's finished uploading.
Oh no, he's normal. Okay. So yeah, they talk a wee
Um,
bit. We should actually just
now I'm,
post that because people might want to read all that about Kelvin.
now I'm going to get a lot of hate mail.
You reckon? What, from China? I
No,
don't think.
from it's going to be from all the Third Phase of Moon fan club. I don't care.
So let's go back to the Ukraine article then, and now you're back to normal. Better shrink that down a bit. We haven't got anyone watching though, but it doesn't really matter. Most of them will be watching. I'll be joining us later, no doubt. I think Blue Chicken's still at work, and the 18 Wheels will be working too. He'd probably be wrapping up around about now, though, wouldn't he?
Grand Canyon ancient entrance lies. Is that the Egyptians in Grand Canyon?
That's one of the fables, yeah. That one tramper, or I don't know, some ancient explorer just stumbled across it by pure chance and entered it.
So all the UFO cults are saying that that's the Egyptians went there and like built stuff, and they reckon that's where the Valley of the Kings is, and all this stuff's hidden in there.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible that maybe Egyptians got stuck there. Remember, I did my episode on, but we'll cover that later. I covered an episode called Airships, Ancient Airships.
They reckon they were mining copper and silver and gold there and stuff, bringing it back.
I think it's more likely they got stranded there. Like if you look at the airships of Egypt that I believe they had, because Easter Island talked about these crazy headdresses and boats from the sky. It makes sense that they would create a balloon with a boat underneath in case they landed in the sea.
Yeah, I saw hologlyphs that look like an airship. I always wondered, did they have like air balloons back then? I always wondered.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they figured it out, and only a few knew about the technology. I think they probably didn't write it down because it was such a powerful knowledge to have. Right, you wouldn't write it down, and you just pass it.
They didn't want their enemies to have it, because then they would be invaded with airships.
Yeah, so if you write it down, then the enemies would get their hands on it and use it, right? But if you had only a few scientists, like 5 key scientists that knew how it all worked, and they dismantled parts of the working machine inside the Great Pyramid, which I believe is probably where they would have had it set up, because there's an underwater string under the Great Pyramid, which is kind of strange, and they've got a tunnel that goes right down to it, which a lot of people don't realize. But I believe they had ancient airships, and if you watch my episode, you can see where the building designs for the pyramids seem to always be similar to what was in Egypt, and it would have gone with the slipstring winds right around the middle of the earth there, which would have crossed Asia, Central America, South America, but not any higher, because the winds don't go that high. It goes across Central America and South America. It doesn't go anywhere near Australia though, and just goes across Asia and back around to Egypt again. So they would have floated right around, right?
They say the Smithsonian's discovered Egyptian ruins in Grand Canyon.
So I think maybe they can only produce this hydrogen for a certain amount of time, and if it gets a puncture in the balloon, it would leak away, right? And they would have to have like a portable way to make new hydrogen, and fill up the balloon again if they had to patch it or whatever. So yeah, it's possible they crash landed in Arizona, which is the Grand Canyon, or they crash landed in Mexico or somewhere like that, and some of them started traveling north to see if they could get back to their own country that way. And maybe they got stuck at the Grand Canyon. It's a pretty horrendous place to get stuck at, because you got the deep gullies and cliffs, right? and no bridges like we have nowadays, and no planes to fly over it. So yeah,
And all the evidence would be gone. The Smithsonians would have got rid of it all.
well,
Put
that's
it
what
in
they claim.
storage.
That's what they claim. But someone reckons they found the entrance again, and it's nowhere near third phase of the moon, are claiming, from what I understand. And it's in an area that's off limits to everybody. And where third phase of the moon claims there's an entrance, if you look 50 meters upwards to the right, there's actually a overlook for tourists and a road going up to it. So they don't show you that, of course, on the episode, but we'll be coming to that. I thought Ukraine UAPs would have been a better topic to go over first, but you seem to hijacked it. So let's just go through the article here. According to the new article, UAP phenomenon observations of events published by the main astronomical observatory of Kiev, together with the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, weather stations in Kiev, and a village south of capital called Vynnyavka, I don't know, recorded UFOs, which researchers call phantoms. Object that is a completely black body that does not emit and absorbs all the radiation falling on it. Kind of sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? This sounds a bit like a black ops cloaking craft. Researchers also point out that the UFOs that they see are so fast that they are difficult to photograph, according to the publication by Ukraine Astronomers reported by Vice. So if Mick West is saying that a black object that is a bug and it absorbs all radiation, that's kind of strange. But from what I heard, it was actually reflecting the light from the sun from it. That's how they detected it, which means it should reflect the same spectrum as the sky, you would think. So why would a black object be reflecting the sky? I suppose it's possible for the cloaking technology.
Shouldn't the black be absorbing the light?
That's what they're saying here, absorbs all radiation, so they're calling those ones phantoms. Let's just keep on reading and see how it develops.
Sounds like Black Ops, military Black Ops craft.
It does, but they're saying it's UAPs, which could fall into aliens as well. Or they're mistaken, of course, because it hasn't been peer reviewed, we find out. But anyway, hey Michael. I'll just see you pop up there. How's it going? Thanks for joining us. I think you might be the only one watching. And Gabber is with us again. Okay, so let's just read out the rest of it. The introduction to the study states that the Pentagon became interested in UFOs and created the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, mission is to coordinate the effects of the Department of Defense and other federal departments, agencies to detect, identify, attribute airspace objects of military interest that pose threats to flight safety and national sensitivity. NASA will conduct an independent study of UAPs. But we all know that, so I'm not sure why they're throwing that in there. That sort of distracts from the Ukraine research that they're doing. That's good. Good. I'll just zoom out again so I can click on your message. Thanks. Actually playing Asteroids, is it? Asteroids. Cool. Played this back in 1999. Not sure what that is. Asteroids. Maybe Asteroids. That was fun. In fact, you can play it on a browser. I talked about it before, and there's free ones you can play. This on your PC. All the arcade ones. Listen also, good. Astronomers, cool. Ash or Turons, cool. I don't know. Gabber would be the one that would know about that one.
Astron's cool.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what
it's
he's
a
saying.
game. It's an old one.
He's playing it. Is it like Asteroids? Was it like a clone of it? Because they seem to copy.
I think
everybody.
Astron's cool. It's like an online game, like a RPG or something.
Yeah.
Fantasy MMO RPG.
Ah, right. Role-playing games. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't
Wow,
do
that's old.
I can't do first-person ones where you looking around and all that, because it always gives me travel sickness and I end up vomiting. So yeah, I never tried those ones, but I used to play just GDIC games anyway, Warcraft, that sort of thing, you know, the 2D version, where you're looking down and forming your troops or whatever. Anyway, back to the articles, see if they get back to Ukraine. Okay, in the view of such interest on the part of American colleagues, the main astronomical observatory of... actually, I haven't got that on, have I? I was just seeing if I had a thing overlaid on it. Decided to conduct an independent study of UAP phenomenon in the atmosphere. For this, the researchers used 2 weather stations installed in Kiev and in the village of, here we go again, Vinnyvka in the south of Kiev region. The distance between them was 120 kilometers, so they got 2 stations that could technically photograph the same area of sky, right? The stations were equipped with CCD cameras, ASI 178 MC and ASI 294 Pro, as well as a computer lenses with a focal length of 6mm. And the SharpCAP 4 program, which is open source, I think, is it? Was used to record data. Have you heard of SharpCAP 4? We might have to look into that one. Let's just do a search on it.
SharpCAP 4.
Yeah, here we go. Beta. .co.uk. Is it free, open source? What's the latest version? 2.7 it says here. I think they're out of date on that website. What's new in StreetCat 4? Let's have a quick look at the new list. Here it is. Has a whole host of new features. Still camera mode, deep sky sequence planner, advanced sequence editor. Whatever that is. Additional, a number of easy to use improvements, so they'll probably need that. Pixel value readout, pixel position readout, ADC alignment. Hey, Michael, thanks a lot for that. ACCOM hardware improvements, camera mode. To version 2.2 has run every camera like a video camera. That means the camera is constantly taking images which show in SharpCAP's display. If you choose, you can save those images to video or picture file, but you cannot stop the camera from capturing images. StreetCAP 4 introduces still camera mode as an alternative to the default live video mode. So you can switch between live mode and still camera, blah blah. So these are all the new improvements. Deep Sky Sequence Planner. Deep Sky Sequence Planner brings easy to use automated imaging to SharpCAP for the first time by simply choosing a few options regarding the setup of your image session. and enter in the list of types and numbers of frames to capture, you can quickly build up an automated imager. Might have to check out this software, eh?
It sounds like it's for telescopes with the CCD camera at the bottom
Yeah,
of the
but
telescope.
it might be ideal with a fisheye camera too. Like I've got another one I'm going to test out. I was going to use it in the hallway, but I think I might use it for sky watching to see which way the planes are coming. Might be a bit easier when you're sort of remote controlling, but yeah, I'm just going to experiment with all that coming up. Says I find enough time and the weather's now just getting nice again. So yeah, it might be worth downloading this, and it can take snapshots of the sky, and obviously you could run it in like a time lapse, couldn't you, as well? But this one looks like it's taken lots and lots of frames per second. So, you know, a lot of cameras in video mode on a camera, it's not good enough frames per second to capture a bug flying over. But this software might be able to use the camera like a photo mode and capture lots of photos and make it into a video, which we what you call burst mode on the camera. So maybe it simulates burst mode but does it better. So it might be worth checking out, having a play with it. So let's just post a link to it. Why UK of all places though? That's kind of interesting. Yeah, does that come up? Not really well. Did you post a comment with that, or was it just a happy face? I can't quite see it from here. It does say something there, doesn't it? But I can't quite see it. But yeah, thanks for that. What's it called? SharpCAP. The question is, does it overlay images so you get the best image too? I suppose it runs Windows. Downloads, let's have a look. Let's see, Windows 7. So it's been around a wee while then. XP. That's going back a few years. 7 to 11 I got there. Latest version, previous versions. Yeah, so it's looks like an interesting piece of software to check out at some stage. Anyway, let's keep on going. Was used to record data observation of the objects were carried out in the daytime sky, which makes for better images, obviously. The brightness of the sky, depending on the state of the atmosphere, yeah, and the distance from the sun, ranges from -3 to -5 magnitudes per square arc minute. So they're talking about luminosity there, aren't they? Researchers have developed a special observation technique that takes into account the high speeds of observed objects. The exposure time was chosen in such a way that the image of the object did not shift significantly during the exposures. So that's the problem, really, isn't it? The frame rate was selected, taken into account the spread of the object and the field of view of the camera. In practice, the exposure time was less than 1 millisecond, and the frame rate was at least 50 hertz. So that's like double the frame rate that we use on a normal camera, isn't it? At 20 frames per second, that would be like 50 frames a second. The footage was recorded in set format with 14 and 16 bits. The researchers determined that violations of these conditions led to lack of fixation of objects during observation. So what's this saying? If you use less bits, the object wasn't able to be tracked, is that what they're saying? Determine the coordinates camera were installed in the direction of the zenith of the moon. or the moon, in the direction of the zenith or the moon. So what is the zenith? Again, this is all down to do with astronomers talk, isn't it? Let's see what it says. It's a drone. Not that kind of zenith. Zenith water. Not that one. No, not a watch. So, what's happened there? Right, the map's zooming in and out. Thought something gone wrong with my zoom for a minute. So we have to put in the keyword. It comes up automatically. Zenith point on the celestial sphere directly above an observer on the Earth. Right. So pointing upwards, or to the moon, was it? The point 180 degrees opposite the zenith, directly underneath, is the Nador. Never heard of that one. Nador. Astronomical zenith is defined by gravity by setting up a plumb line. Okay, so they've got a picture here. Straight upwards, right? The zenith straight above. It's technical work. They're going to say, oh, right, so we've got a fisheye camera that looks upwards. Okay, let's just go back to this one. We observe a certain number of objects whose nature is not clear. The study says the eye does not fix phenomenon lasting less than 1/10 of a second. It takes 4/10 of a second to recognize an event. Ordinary photo and video recordings will also not capture the UAP. To detect UAP, you need to fine-tune the equipment, shutter speed, frame rate, and dynamic range. So you might be able to play around with that, Gabber. So these are some of the images they captured. Holy moly, shebang, what is it? Couple of bright dots. That's in your area, Gabber. You should give it a go. And they're out of focus. They're out of focus, man.
They're not zoomed in, they're not focused. They're focused away from a different distance to where they
are. They're not focused, are they? But again, you're not going to capture them in focus because they're saying you don't capture them on regular video or camera. You got to use super frame rate on it. So what does it look like? Just the sunlight reflecting off an object. Doesn't look like it's black to me though. What they were saying before. Okay, so 2 consecutive shots of ordinary fast moving objects at the speed of at least 50 frames per second. So I can see those two. I'm not sure if they're related. That could be stars, right? And that looks like atmosphere here, doesn't it? It looks like another star, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to know what they're capturing. Another one there, 2 there, next to the moon. A group of glowing objects of varying brightness against the backdrop of the moon. So I guess they're talking about those two, not these other ones. So yeah, it's not too clear what they're pointing to there. Scientists divided their observations into 2 categories, cosmic and phantoms. We note that cosmics are luminous objects, okay, that must be the white ones we just see above, brighter than the background of the sky. We call these ship names of birds. Swift, falcon, eagle. The article says phantoms are dark objects with contrast from several to about 50%. Okay, so this is one of these dark objects, which Mick West is saying is a bug, and it does kind of look like a bug. Could they be wrong? Could Mick West be wrong? Yes, he could be. So if we zoom into that one, bug. But if you capture it on 2 cameras at the same time, you should be able to calculate the distance away it is, shouldn't you, by that? But really they need stereo cameras at both places, don't they? They need the 2 cameras, so they really need 4 cameras. Because if they capture a UFO on one of them, not the other, maybe they haven't got the cameras lined up properly or something. They must be pointing to the same patch of sky, surely, but obviously there's more questions than answers at this stage. I'm not sure how they're doing it. So it makes it a wee bit hard to find flaws. So yeah, what could it be? It kind of does look like it could be a blowfly flying through the skies.
Mick West could be right.
Yeah, unless it's on 2 cameras at the same time. And would you get that much detail?
Does sort of have a triangular look to it, though.
Yeah, that one does in the middle there. But it's traveling, the speed it's traveling at would mean it's really close to the camera, not high up. That's why if you had a camera that's 120 kilometers away pointing to the same patch of sky, and that doesn't capture the same objects at the same time, that rules out bug, doesn't it? So that would be, so that means Mick West is wrong. So let's just draw a picture of that. Let's break it down. So they got the cameras. Actually, I think I actually got an icon for a camera. I think it was here, camera 1, but we could just use that here. So they got camera pointed upwards, and another one 120 kilometers apart. 120 kilometers apart. Well, just say that. There was a way that I could draw arrows. I've forgotten how to do it without actually using this down here. I think it's one of these other tools down the side. I've forgotten what it was now. That draws arrows. I'm not too sure. I'd have to look that up again. But we can just click on that one and change the color. So we've got 120 parts. So if it was a bug, it's going to have to be close to the screen, right? So it would have to be a bug zooming really fast. Well, there's our bug. And it's zooming past the camera on an angle or upwards on an angle, and the camera catches it, but this one doesn't. So that would rule out it being bug. So that's a bug. Let's just put that there. Bug. Okay, but if the bug's up here, draw another bug. And the field of view of the camera. So that one could be going any direction, right? I'll just say that way. Field of view, need another color. So that one could be capturing it. It's not a very good color though. Could be capturing the field of view that distance, and that one could capture it that distance. So that means they should be able to determine that's a bug from both cameras if it's on both cameras. If that's up at one of those high altitudes that we were talking about before. So let's say it's at 10. Oh, if that's at 10,000 feet, We said it could go up to 20,000 feet. So we have to see more in the article to see what altitude these objects are. But they're claiming they're 3 meters to 12 meters big, which is 12 meters is up Tic Tac size, but the 3 meter one is down at meteorite size, right? So if you've got meteorites coming into the atmosphere or chunks of ice, that's going to reflect, wouldn't they be combination too? Wouldn't they be black objects as well as maybe a glistery chunk of ice object would be reflective, more reflective? Maybe if they got a core of metal that reflects back through the ice, but maybe it hasn't got that in the ice. Maybe it's got like a load of crushed ice together with pebbles, right? So maybe it doesn't reflect the radiation the same way that a solid one would. But what I'm saying is maybe the ice one could reflect the color of the sky as it's moving through the sky really fast, and of course it's not melted by that stage. And do they track the object? Where do they track the object until it disappears, or do they only just see it? Because how they going to track it? Because it's only got the field of view. Obviously, these are going to be fixed locations on the cameras, right? In the same region of sky, with some overlap, possibly, or completely overlap if they angled this in the same direction, so they're both on a slant, and they're catching more of a pinhole. So yeah, it depends how they've done it, right? So just keep that in mind. Let's just go back to the article. So yeah, so if this is only on one camera, then it's a bug. If it's on 2 cameras, could be something else, if they can determine the size of it from stereo images, right? Because that's how our brains work out flying past us or towards us or whatever. So it's complicated, we still need lots more information how it's done. And it hasn't been peer reviewed as well to see if other people can duplicate it. The use of cameras allows scientists to make repeated observation of strange objects. The article does not specify what these objects are, only describes observations and mentions their high speed. Right, so what I did is I googled, not peer reviewed, duplicated, and I've said the same things I said here. Did objects stay same size, or did they actually reduce in size? Which means it could say that the ice is slowly melting, so it's reduced in size. Did they work out distance and size from stereo cameras? Where do the objects go? Did they track it until they crashed into the ground, or did they simply suddenly stop and hover and shoot vertically upwards, or did they sort of curve around and then go back out into space? Did the object stop and hover, blah blah blah? So that's what I said there, and there's the article on it there, cosmic and phantom UFOs over Ukraine. Of course, it could be the black objects, could be these military drones with some sort of radar cloaking technology, right? And we know they work at hypersonic speeds as well. That makes sense, right? That some country would have that sort of technology if it's not USA, but someone out there has. So yeah, I also looked up how fast would a meteorite have to travel to go straight through. Straight through what though? Is that what I was looking for? Alright, that's what about straight through Earth to hit Earth. Oh, yeah, let's just put that one up. Is that the one I was looking for though? How fast would a meteor have to travel straight through the Earth? And I reckon Final distance, therefore, must be 13,000 kilometers. I don't think that's what I was looking for, though. I'd have to go back to that search. So, yeah. Don't think that was what I was looking for. What did they put in? Can meteorite travel at 50,000 kilometers per hour? Because that says in the article further down. Go back to it. And they talk about the size being 3 to 12 meters, which sounds like a meteorite to me. Moving at speeds from 3 to 15 degrees per second, which they work out is troposphere at distances up to 10 to 12 kilometers. So that's way up there. That's above bug height, isn't it? If they're correct. I think actually we didn't actually calculate the number of kilometers, did we? Let's go 20,000 feet again. So many calculations you have to do. 20,000 feet to km. What was that come out to be? 6 kilometers. So they're saying it's double that, right? So let's go back to it. They're saying 10 to 12, so it's way above anywhere birds and bugs will be. But not meteorites or chunks of ice, right? We know that there's strange weather events that blast out into space, so why couldn't it blast from a big storm, chunks of ice that form into space, and then they come back down somewhere else on the planet, right? They might float around and gradually fall back down to Earth and get smaller and smaller. We've seen it happen with big hailstones in Australia, where they can literally kill you, some of them. So yeah, how big were they when... And of course we don't see those coming down on cameras. We don't see hailstones coming down. So be interesting to film a hailstorm with one of the SharpCAP to see if it brings up similar type of imagery, right, to what they're capturing, even though it'll probably be overwhelming because you get lots of hailstones. But anyway, they do mention the speed here. Where was it? Was it on this one or another one? They did mention it somewhere. Was that an ad? What's going on? That's it. So it's on another article. I can't believe they haven't measured, converted that speed. They talked about arc seconds. They didn't convert it to kilometers for us. So let's look at the next article where they do. And then I'll go back to my calculation. Was it mentioned on this one here? I'll just open it up. I saw it on one of them. Okay, this one here is another summary of it. And it's got a bit more blurb. Let's see, has it got speeds converted into normal factors? Here we go, this one's got miles per hour. Okay. Phantoms, by contrast, are dark objects usually appearing. So how fast were the ones that are white? Because they're not saying the other ones, the cosmics. It's not talking about the speed of them. But it says here 50,000 kilometers per hour, right? So they convert it into normal, sensical, everyday meaning to us mere mortals. Ballistic missile, they said, can only go 15,000 miles per hour, which is 24,000 kilometers per hour, which is only half the speed. But a meteorite If I got the search here right, can actually easy outdo that. Was it here somewhere? I saw it. There we go. Asteroid traveling at 50,000 kilometers per hour explodes. There you go. So an asteroid lit up the skies above Puerto Rico. When was that? A couple of years ago, wasn't it? Yeah. Meteorites. Let's see. In the void of space, meteorites can travel great speed. They can enter Earth at speeds from 40,000 kilometers per hour up to 260,000 kilometers per hour. Wow. Obviously it slows down with air friction very quickly. Fireball frequently asked questions at this point, usually between 15 to 20 kilometers altitude. The meteorite remnants will decelerate. So that's up near their figures of 10 to 12 miles, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm trying to piece it all together here. Probably deleted the article now, have I? To make room. Oh no, it's probably scrolled off. No, I did close it, did I? Oh no, I didn't close it. I posted that link before I end up closing it. Ukraine UAPs. So this is really an initial look at it and maybe offer some alternative views on it. So what was that one there again? 10 to 12 kilometers. So that fits in with a meteorite, doesn't it? On that page. On that search there we did. 9 to 12 they got here, which fits that 10 to 12. So I reckon it might be some sort of icy meteorite that they're capturing. Aren't they black as well? Let's just find an image of a meteorite. Black meteorite traveling at supersonic speeds. Let's see. Okay. So it's found a few references. And sure enough, they do look metallic black, don't they? But if they're that, what's that, what was that radar absorption material? Basalt, was it? No, it wasn't. Started with B, I can't remember. Basium or something. That's going to be in meteorites, surely. So that would mean that it's not going to reflect all radiation. So they're the ones, meteorites, meteors that hit the ground become meteorites. And some of them can be quite big. And you wouldn't want to be there when one of those rocks hit you on the head. So, yeah.
Oh my lord.
So much to look at. Radar absorption material. I think it's, what was it called now? I wonder if it'll be here.
One of my Billy fans said, "Oh, Corey Goods got bad news. Most of the ships we see in the sky are SSP Alliance or Orion Group ships." I had to tell him Corey Good is fake. He's a bad guy. He tells fantasy stories about UFOs. He's trying to steal people's money with fake stories. I gotta explain the truth to them because they don't know. They just watch a video and they think it's truth, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry for interrupting.
That's all right.
Corey Good's causing trouble in China. I gotta wake him up, you know. Gotta tell him the truth.
Yeah. I was looking for that name of that stuff. I can't remember what it's called. Was it Bass? Anyone in the side chat? No. Someone in the side chat probably no. Just trying to jog my memory what it's called.
Barium.
Barium, that's the one, isn't it? Barium,
Yeah,
is that the one?
some form of barium, a barium alloy or something.
Yeah, so we need to know if barium is in meteorites, or asteroids. Was it barium? I think it might have been another one too. Barium, okay, meteorite. Okay, so if it's on the ground and they can measure that, and let's see. Which elements have chosen the rules? Whatever it is. Lithium, barium, isotite abundance, and meteorites. There you go. So they could say it's part of a UFO, you know. So yeah, might be why you don't see some of these invisible UAPs, right? It could be something like this. I think we just have to keep researching this stuff and piecing it together. But I don't think I'm the only one that suggested it could be meteorites that they're seeing. But we'll see how it goes. So we confirmed. I'll just research that. Might be on that one. How fast will a meteorite have to travel? But I don't think it was on that one. Asteroids traveling at 50 per hour explodes above. There was a link, and someone actually had a list of the speeds they can do. But they can go a lot faster than that. I think it goes up to 80,000 kilometers per hour, which is like so many kilometers per second, obviously. But anyway, that's good enough. We'd read what we wanted there. So we confirmed that meteorites can do that speed. Right, I did a conversion here. What's 50 kilometers per hour to seconds? And what did it say there? 12 or something? Oh, here we go. 14 kilometers per second. So I think it's on the other article where they talk about that. Where is it? Damn throat. Here we go. Range from 10 to 40 feet. That sounds like a meteorite to me. Speeds. They got in per hour. Another article was talking about per second, but doesn't really matter. We've solved that one. So yeah, bug. Don't think so. If it's not on the other camera, if it is on the other camera, I mean, which the article didn't make it clear though, did it? We don't need that anymore. So Mick West is debating it, as you'd expect. The Ukrainian UFO study, the main astronomical observatory of the national blah blah blah, describing it at an inappropriate scientific level and with significant errors and unreasonable conclusions. Mick West doesn't like it. So, is that article here? Did I post it here? I think I might have done. Here we go. So, what's the conclusions? Opening program events. So there's what it looks like. It looks like a little dialect. Exterminate. What's that page there? Is that a video? Let's see. Is that a presentation? Someone recorded it. I suppose it might not be in English. Was it stopped? Sounds like me in reverse for Audacity. Okay. Okay, so not sure. It doesn't look like it's on YouTube, does it? So,
those pictures are so pixelated.
yeah, it's the best pictures we're going to get, guys. Two-site observation of the same object with there. Is it?
I get better pictures with my infrared camera from 2,000 kilometers away.
Yeah, it's pretty crappy, isn't it?
That's pretty bad.
Does it prove it's a UFO? And the ... So I suppose they're filming the same thing. So if you put that to your stereo eye, it's funny, they're talking in Ukrainian or Russian or whatever, and yet they got this presentation in English. It's necessary to synchronize two cameras with an accuracy of 1 millisecond. Shoot at the rate of at least 50 frames per second in the field of view of 5 degrees at base of 120 kilometer objects above 1,000 kilometers can be detected. So that's way out there, isn't it? That's virtually in space, isn't it? 1,000 kilometers. Isn't the edge of space 100 kilometers? So what are they talking about? That's got to be in space then, isn't it?
Edge of space in kilometers is 80 kilometers. It's even less. It's only 80 kilometers.
Yeah, 100 k I said, roughly.
So when I'm filming something that's 1,000 kilometers away, that's right in space. Whoa.
Yep, that's what they're saying. And that could be an icy meteorite, couldn't it? So,
it could be anything. You can't tell because it's so pixelated.
And it's reflecting the sun rays in space, is what they're saying here, not the actual.
At about 1,500 to 200 kilometers. I mean, 1,500 kilometers to 2,000 kilometers is about the range of my camera. But everything's just pixelated. Like it just you can't tell what it is. You can tell there's something there, but you just what direction it's going. But like.
So you're catching the same as them, basically.
I'm catching the same as them, but 2,000 kilometers away. They're only like 120 kilometers away. They need better cameras.
Maybe you should try the SharpCAP. Okay, so now they're putting spectrum analysis, or temperature, is it? What's that thing down the side here, this chart down here? Is that Kelvin or whatever? All colours of the phantom are zero relative to the sky background. So they're filming in daytime, but they're saying it's 1,000 kilometres out in space. So they've still got the background of the sky. So this is where it gets a bit confusing. It can't be in our sky if it's 1,000 kilometres. So am I misunderstanding something? So it's in the blue there, is it? No, is that the blue that we're looking at? Or was that little thing? Oh, that would be the moon on the side there. So that would be hot. So that's going to be luminosity, isn't it? It doesn't quite say. What's the scale? Phantom and moon. So that one's definitely a moon. Okay, I was right. See, it gets really, really technical, doesn't it, guys? All I want is a classic UFO just to land above the observatory 300 feet away, and then they can capture a proper UFO instead of making things that get excluded as meteorites and bugs or.
They probably don't do that because they're going to give everyone radiation poisoning.
You're assuming that UFOs are radioactive. No.
Some people have claim to get radiation sickness from being close to UFOs.
Yeah, but they might be
So
the
they
military.
could just be like experimental military craft with
That's what I was gonna
nuclear
say.
power plants.
That's what I reckoned. Those ones are ours.
I don't think aliens will be dumb enough to have a nuclear power plant in their UFO. I don't think they'd be that dumb.
Did I post the link to this one? No, I didn't, did I? Let's post the link to that one. Because this one's actually got a video explaining it, so it's actually quite good. Having a video, at least it's in English. But probably a bit over my head in this sort of stuff, because I haven't really looked into the technical words for astronomy too much. I'm more looking at sky UFOs than space ones. But anyway, more info video. Okay. Hey, and we got 18 wells here. If you want to jump on the voice chat with Gabber, you can.
Hey Wheels, how you going, mate?
I don't know if I got the link handy for you, but I think you probably got your kids still up or sleeping or whatever, so let us know if you want the link. We'll repost it, but it's up the very top of the chat if you can get to it. I should really include the free-for-all in my website, then people can go get it from the pinned comment. Maybe we'll get Plex to do that, maybe. Extra tab. When it's open for all. This is the link or whatever. Blue is colds. Hi, can't chat, but... Okay, he said here can't chat. Cool, that's alright then. Anyone else that wants to come on the side chat, let us know, and we'll repost the link anyway. So yeah, we're just looking at UAPs from scientists. The mass media of Ukraine and the world reported that the scientists of the main astronomical observatory, blah blah blah, observed the UAPs, used term UFO. So not happy for that, I guess. Information about these observations were published by Dr. Cybe, whatever his name is there, Kiv National University of Kiev, on the website of Scientific Archive. Blah blah blah. I guess there's more information and diagrams there, right? Pre-publication observation of UAPs are conducted in the test mode during scheduled meteorite observations. So it's during meteorites, not when they don't expect meteorites. So in the test mode during meteorites, and their results were not discussed and reviewed. But I am. I'm discussing the meteorites. But yeah, they probably know more about meteorites than I do. Because the paper and results have drawn a lot of attention, and sometimes an inaccurate reaction, we organized the astrophysical seminar, blah blah blah, where one of the authors, blah blah blah, reported about these observations, interpretation, is it, and argumentation why the observed events are precisely UAPs. The result of the discussion were reported at the meeting. So if there were meteorites, what they call them UAPs, right? That's what they're saying there. Observation conducted by and his colleagues are original, but the processing and interpretation of results were performed at an inappropriate scientific level. Oh dear. Someone's not happy. Grumpy. And with significant in the paper. Actually, I missed a line. Significant errors. Oh no, errors. They spotted errors. In determining the distances. So Mick West might be right. So it might be bugs. To the observed objects. Also, the dates of observations are absent in the paper. That sounds like a typical UFO channel. So it goes on there. Instead of critical analysis of observation, possible errors, post-processing authors postulated unreasonable conclusions. Whoa, they're getting really slam dunked here. Scientific Council of the MAONAS of Ukraine requests the authors to update the version of the article on the website of the relevant archive with the mandatory replacement of the sentence. The main astronomical observatory of NAS of Ukraine, an independent study of UAP, to the phrase the authors of the paper conducted an independent study of UAP. They don't want their name mentioned in it because it's sort of, they don't like the term UFO or stuff being mentioned with their name. Clearly they're really upset, huh? So yeah, you can probably read more there, but there it is. It looks like a funny little building. One of the cameras, and I guess the other one is similar to that elsewhere. I think that's the same one, isn't it? Or is it both the same? Is it the same one? Yeah, it looks like it might be the same tree here, is it? It's hard to know. So yeah, there's not much there, but yeah, they're saying there's errors and they don't agree with the conclusions why it should be called a UAP when it's a test was done during normal meteorite observation. Bingo! Bugs and meteorites. So Mick might be right and I might be right. So yeah, it does fit the speed of a meteorite, as we found out. Oh look, there's another link. A debrief is onto it. Oh, that's right, I forgot to mention that. I wouldn't trust anything the debrief say, so they're just like parrots, right? And sensationalists, right? You know, they put up balloons claiming they're UFOs. Gabber, what are you saying on the side? Oh, in 18 months, have you seen the new Third Phase documentary? Yes, he has. He's commented on Discord. Did you not read it? It's a really good documentary. It's sort of my level type of documentary, but but this guy did like 30 debunks ranging from the start of their career to 2022, and it destroys them from what I can see. Definitely frauds, hoaxes, right? But we're coming up to that. We're coming up to third phase. We're just wrapping up on this one. Just seeing if there's anything else there we need to say.
Wheels has seen it. Wheels has seen it already. Nice.
Oh, you can now watch it. You can watch it in Chinese now.
Yeah, I'll add it. You can watch it with Chinese subs now. I put Chinese subtitles. Everyone in China knows Thirdphaseofmoon. Fake guy.
Oh, yeah, so we don't need to look at debrief. Looks like it's basically repeated what the other people were saying.
Holy moly! I got 97 views already. I just uploaded it 10 minutes ago.
Really?
This is going worldwide. We're going worldwide, baby. Exposing the grifters, the fakers, and the con artists. We're going worldwide.
Good on you. I'd like to see you hit like 100,000 views on that. That would be really cool. See, that's me. That's me. I'm always wishing good luck on people.
My Chinese audience prefers videos of UFOs. I get like 14,000 views on a UFO video. I put a documentary. Sometimes I get 300 views, but 97 for like 10 minutes. That's pretty good. It's a good start. Start.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's pretty good. So yeah, what have we got here? A Guardian. All right, so we just got a pop-up. So I did some searching on how big snowballs were, and they said snowballs of the gods. Yeah, hell from hell has dented a Spanish car. Oh no! Number plate of scientific ideas. Eh? Number plate. I'm thinking number plate. Number of scientific ideas, says David. The Spanish motorist did not intend to challenge the laws of physics. He was just minding his own business when a 2-kilogram chunk of ice dropped out of the sky and slammed into the car. That sounds like Australia to me. I wouldn't have expected Spain to have that. Such cases are usually blamed on ice falling from aircraft. What, 2 kgs? I don't think so. It's got to be from space. Either from build-up of frost. So if you got those tornadoes that suck up a lot of water and froze it up in the atmosphere, that's going to go up to some sort of heights, right? And probably, possibly could even fling it into outer space, and then that comes back down from orbit and goes over Ukraine.
102 views. 102 views. Let's go, baby.
Oh man, let's go. That's flying, man.
The Blake cousins are going to be crying. They're going to be crying.
Assured that ice falls had to be a hoax. Nope, we know it's not true. Mystery ice falls have been recorded for centuries and have generally been ignored. However, in Spain, many of them fall over several weeks, and more importantly, some were preserved for analysis. It seems reasonable to assume that ice falls were some kind of icy meteorite. There you go. In 1986, satellite imagery of the upper atmosphere, here we go, that's out of on the edge of space into space, showed dark spots. There you go, dark spots, 20 kilometers across. Now that's fairly big. So maybe they got small ones as well, which is moving so fast that we don't notice them, and they sort of melt before they hit the ground, which appeared and faded in a few seconds. Why? The general view was spots were caused by flaws in imaging. So there you go. Stream of small comets or icy meteorites vaporizing in the upper atmosphere. Bingo. The claim was not widely accepted, and scientists found it hard to believe. The non-believers. This barrage of meteors could have escaped their attention. I reckon, clearly, obviously, some of them make it to the ground. There was more evidence that icy meteorites still exist. In 1996, a probe called Clementine found something unexpected on the moon. Water. It was in the form of ice. Yeah. And we know that obviously comes from meteorite impacts, right? Theoretical basis seemed most likely the Spanish ice falls were icy meteorites. The biggest problem was understanding how ice could survive the intense heating by friction. And it was plunged through the atmosphere. Well, obviously, it's still a mystery. Atmospheric ice are not particularly...
The particle falls until it is caught by an updraft. What?
Recall hailstones. They are formed when ice particles are caught in an updraft within a rain cloud. So, yeah. So, you know, the wind speeds, like we get on the ground here at 120 kilometers per hour, could probably hook up a chunk of ice in the upper atmosphere and fling it upwards, right?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
We know that contrails from planes are small icy particles that form like a mist, right? And reflect the light down as white, same as what they're capturing on that camera. Grains of weight. So yeah, this is an article I just found, and I thought, oh, that kind of fits what they might be filming. And I think they got some pictures of it. You can see it's quite a long article here for a newspaper. Right, so I'm pretty sure I did find some images somewhere. Maybe it wasn't on the article there, but maybe it was an image search or something. and they're quite big. I think I got a video or some. Snowballs from space. You can read up more there, as long as we don't get censored or copyright striked or whatever. Here we go. Closing that one. Here we go. Mysterious ice. So this is something that landed in someone's backyard. If that landed on your head, you'd be gone.
Michael King says they are talking about using airplanes to spray stuff to reflect sunlight to fight global warming. How healthy do you think the metal particles and chemicals they're spraying to reflect the sunlight would be on us and the plants down below, and the animals down below?
Well, there were 78 climate scientists that investigate soil samples all year round, and none of them confirmed any of these chemicals that was mentioned about spraying in any of the samples, apart from one. Apparently it was near a mining site in Russia. I can't remember what the chemical was now, but I did actually report on it on a live stream 4 years ago, something like that, 5 years ago. So yeah, if you'd think if there was something to it, there'd be more than one scientist putting their hand up and saying, yeah, I got proof. So there's no proof of them doing that. But I don't, as I've talked about in the past, you don't need to. When we get a big cloud cover that comes over New Zealand, it gets very cold. Even during a few minutes of the day, when the cloud passes right over and blocks out all the sunlight for 5 minutes and then it releases again, you can instantly feel the temperature drop by at least 1 or 2 degrees instantly. And then when the cloud goes, you can feel like a blast of heat again. I'm not sure you get that in Australia the same way. You'd have to be in New Zealand to experience the big temperature change.
They could put an umbrella in space with solar panels that'll like block the sun and get energy back from the sun.
Yeah, but they don't need to. I think we got enough planes in the sky that's reflecting a lot of the heat out into space, especially over America. So yeah, as we talked about in the past, I said as soon as those planes got grounded in the lockdown, you're going to start seeing weird weather events where it's going to be super hot and other places are going to get flooded because the clouds are not there from the contrails reflecting the sun out, so it's got to get hotter, right? So, you know, they're talking about getting rid of planes using fossil fuel. Well, if the planes are not up there generating contrails, which you're going to need a hot engine to do that, then the planet's going to get warmer, not actually cooler. That's why I'm saying it's all a bit of a con. People just don't see it the way I do, I guess. I don't know. But sure enough, after a year later, or half a year later, UK and Europe were under baking heat, and suddenly, months later again, other places were getting flooded because as you get all the extra heat, it's got to evaporate more water into the atmosphere. It's got to come back down somewhere. If it's not New Zealand, Australia or whatever, you know, Australia had a few floods. But anyway, let's just have a quick look over what this space person filmed here.
It appears the sky is falling in Alliston. That's where...
Terrible accent. Was newsreaders always like clones? Here we go.
Bizarre twist for the Bierce family.
This is exactly where it was.
A giant ice
Imagine if that landed on your head, you wouldn't be around.
chunk, about 1.5 feet long, landing with a loud thud right next to their Alliston home.
I had just stepped out the door.
I remember I was in Brisbane when there was a big storm that happened, and the hailstones were 2 inches in diameter, and one hit me in the head, and I think it caused some bleeding. So yeah, you don't want to be outside it in that sort of condition, right?
And had my towel, my phone to plug it into the hot tub, and walking along here, and I heard this crash.
And because of its size, the Bierces knew it didn't come out of the eaves troughs.
You see things on TV channels about odd weather. First thing.
So
To keep the ice in its freeze.
Yeah, it's got frozen sample. That's pretty big. What's that one?
Transport Canada says it's aware of the
Oh,
incident.
right, they just took it out the freezer and put it on the ground. Yeah, it's pretty big. That's bigger than the scientist one. Anyway, yeah, so you can find lots of reports like that on YouTube, obviously, news channel. News on big hailstones. If you want to call it hailstones. Ice balls, meteorites. It's getting colder. I would have said so too, actually. 18 mils. Like we had snow when you shouldn't have snow, right? It's kind of weird. In October, it should never ever be any snow in October. Coins, because it's now spring, right? Coins get the feeling they have been already doing it. Global warming. I don't believe so. I think it would be fairly obvious if they were, because we're about to take soil samples and see the chemicals that people are claiming. And of course, a lot of the chemicals they claim are in the spraying is also naturally found in soil, so it sort of counteracts their argument. But yeah, there was some patents, US patents about releasing, was it from all sorts of things, like tin foil in the high atmosphere, and it'd fall down. But I don't think tin foil would biodegrade unless it's special tin foil, right? That sort of dissolves when water hits it. What else did they say? Various chemicals and metals, right? But they know that would be toxic to human, especially because at the moment they could be spraying plastic, because plastic's everywhere. We've got little plastic balls and everywhere from Arctic to the North Pole, right? And in the sea. And the beach sand, they find it even beach sand everywhere, like Australia and New Zealand. These little beads of plastic, right? They could be spraying that, and of course that would be reflective of the sun, same as ice crystals, and it might float around in the atmosphere. But would it affect you if you breathe it in? Probably not, because it might be microscopic. But apart from that, how's the plastic getting into the environment is the question I want to know, because everybody's finding it everywhere. So yeah, you never know. There could be some truth in conspiracies. I can't rule it out completely. But I'm just saying, just normal contrails, that's all you need. But of course it depends on Mother Nature and the right layers of coldness and hotness, and for planes to hit it. You know, the 4 streak holes are created when a plane passes through the different layers of heat and cold, and it sort of causes clouds to part. Well, actually what happens is the water molecules crystallize and obviously fall down or disperse, and it creates that little hole that you often see where everybody says is a UFO hole, where a UFO punched a hole through it, but it's actually a plane that does it as the hot engines pass through. 4 streak holes, I should actually just bring that up just to remind people what they look like. But yeah, whether the chemical spraying, I don't see any evidence myself of it, but we can't rule it out completely. And we do know contrails obviously going to have some form of hydrocarbons added into it from the jet engines, so they're not pure water, right? 4 streak holes. Of course, this was the claim of the hole that people saw at the O'Hare airport, right? The incident. And of course some scientists said he looked on the map that day. They had some satellite images that had at least 3 or 4 4 streak holes on the map. So they said it's close to where the airport was. So yeah, that might explain the hole, but it might not explain the UFO that people, pilots saw with their own eyes. and claim that it was actually a real object. So I don't think here, these 4 streak holes, that cloud would be mistaken by an airline pilot as a silver disc or whatever hanging just below the hole in the clouds. In fact, what could have happened is the UFO, which could have been, obviously, could have been our technology too, a DARPA drone that sort of come down too low and experiment went wrong. It may have come through the cloud, created the 4 streak hole like a plane would, caused the trigger to happen, and it was just hovering there. So they might have seen that, right? And that could explain that one. But yeah, there's all sorts of 4 streak hole videos and pictures that people have taken. Some are really empty, some are not. You can see the clouds on them. That one looks pretty empty. This one here. Okay, is there any other one? That one's got 2 next to each other there. Oh, that one's pretty clean, but it's not really a circular hole, is it? That's a mothership one. Okay, so that one looks like a heart shape here. That one does look like a blimp in the sky, though, I must admit. It's a gas-shaped UFO.
It's a UFO portal opening up at the top of the CERN hydrogen collider. Remember?
You sound like the Aussie Corey Good.
Remember Tyler? Tyler did the fake video. It was a picture of a circle cloud in Worcestershire, England, and he says it's in Switzerland above the CERN hydrogen collider. I'm like, oh my lord.
Oh, you mean the one where I did a research on it and did a reverse image search on it?
Did a reverse image search, and he stole some person's picture of clouds in England. Said it was from Switzerland. Yep. Busted Tyler.
But I nailed that one pretty good, didn't I? It was pretty solid debunk.
Yeah. He's got a good excuse.
All the other references were people promoting his junk video. All the other links in that search were to his video, and there was only one where it was actually the real original image that he grabbed from and modified it for his fakeness. Yeah, plane contrails do come in strange patterns, some of them, and some of them break up, but I did actually find a match when I did that breakdown. Not sure if I can find it again, but you can see there's always a lot of picture contrails, right? People are fascinated by contrails. And you get nice rainbow colour ones too, which is kind of interesting. Oh, here's one that's got the pattern to it. See the pattern there? And that one next door to it there. Look, that was what Tyler was saying. So for the plane's gone in a straight line. If that plane turned around in a circular orbit to go back to the airport, or was in a holding pattern going around a large circle, right, it'd create the same thing on that video that he was talking about. So yeah, you probably can even find it still. Secure team, let's see if we can find it still. CERN.
I wouldn't know. I don't listen to anything he says. Anything he says goes in one ear out the other ear.
Let's see if we can find the picture. Here it is. Straight one, first search.
There it is there. That's the one here.
And I'm just showing you that that's a plane doing a circle around, going back the other way.
Yeah.
you can see that from this 1 minute, 2 minute debunk there again. Security is everywhere. So yeah, did I post that one? I did. Blah blah blah. Moving on. Third phase. Are we up to third phase finally? Ukraine study. I'll post the link to Mick West if you want to join the discussion there too. Go and give hell to Mick West. Back. Oh, you forgot to tell me I had a message up on the screen. I forgot to turn it off. If I ever do that, just say on voice, hey Paul, turn off your overlay message. NatWest
Uh-huh.
debate. Yeah, sometimes I click the button and think I've turned it off and I haven't, and I don't like it always being up, of course, because it gets in the way of what I'm trying to show. But yeah, mistakes happen. And it looks like I've been messaged here, so I might just have a quick look, see what's going on there. Gabber TV's been there. It's you, is it? What have we got coming up here, Gabber TV? New third phase documentary banned on YouTube. Actually, it was taken down by Blake Cousins. Which you should actually say. Brandy, that's it. That's two of yours. Hey, cool stuff. But like you said, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. And even though they took down every single one they could find, people will upload it to peer-to-peer and all the other sites under the sun, and it will never go away. So,
it's not going away from China. There's no copyright in China. I can put any song on my video, like no copyright. I just put any music I want on my videos.
And Russia.
Yeah, there's no copyright there.
Yeah. Game over, man, as I say. Game over. They'd be crying when their millions of income finally dribbles down to nothing. In fact, if you have a look at their stats, in the last month alone, they've gone from like 60,000 views down to about 15,000 views. So I think there's a movement happening, and small channels can make a difference, especially if they've got credibility, right? Anyway, we got this bullshit from Third Phase of the Moon, and of course they put 2 copyrights on me as well, using background music. So we could probably play a bit, but I'm just going to be very careful, and maybe even mute their bullshit, because their bullshit coming out their mouths is pretty bad.
I don't want to hear it. It gives me a headache. Their voice gives me a headache.
So we got to cover this one, and I will go over it with you guys. Let's see if they still got it. Evil Dead movie. Hey, Slaughter Day. Really amateurish. It reminds me of Peter Jackson's first movie, which is quite a cult classic now, called Brain Dead, which was hilarious. Theirs is just another copycat amateur. Huge Egyptian mega structure found. Here we go, guys.
Here we go.
So they get lots of emails with new UFOs. Okay, I'll just have to mute those suckers. But they bring this garbage, which was a post to a Google Maps page, right?
You could put their subtitles on, so we don't have to hear their annoying fake voice.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do. But sometimes the subtitles are not very good. So apparently they're in Arizona at the moment. Brent, we're heading across the state of Hawaii Island. Okay, they're in actually Hawaii.
just like they were heading to Philippines, but they didn't leave Hawaii.
Yeah, and then they come out with the excuse that it was Little Philippines. There's actually a place in
Little
Hawaii.
Philippines.
Yeah, in my debunk, there's actually a place called Little Philippines, which is primarily like Chinatown in America.
I don't believe. More lies to cover up the lies.
So
yes, did the lies.
Yeah, so they said it's actually Little Philippines, but we thought it would be sounding a bit cool just to call it Philippines. So they covered up.
They were pretending. They were pretending. They were like.
Yeah.
They were pretending.
Yeah. So yeah. They used a cardboard cutout of this thing attacking this guy. It's really pathetic. It reminded me of the pathetic Slaughter Day movie, actually. It's the amateur effects. Yeah, fishing line and stuff, you know.
That's worse than a B-grade movie. It's cardboard cutout.
Yeah, so let's have a look at this garbage. So that this eyewitness in regards to the UFO film. So buckle up, everybody. Yeah, so the new movie really exposed them, saying it's the same camera, even though GUFON was saying they don't use the same camera. Wrong again. He showed all the locations that they filmed, and they claimed it to be in a different country. So the movie is definitely a must-watch, people. And I talked about it at the beginning and posted a link in the side chat to it if you want to have a watch. And Gabber can give you a link to the Chinese version if you prefer to watch it in Chinese.
It just got Chinese subtitles.
Yeah. Now let's just skim it a wee bit here. I'm going to be unbelievable. What? It's going to be unbelievable. Which
Ooh,
we show
179 views. 179 views. Let's go.
How many views did they get on this bullshit? Probably quite a few, did they? So they got up to 20,000 now. See, but it's a lot less than they normally get, right? Okay, so someone's onto their bullshit already. This come out, and I was still up when it come out, and I debunked it like 10 minutes later. Well, actually, I spent an hour on it, but I posted up my Twitter post there, which I will cover with you today, how I did it. About 2 hours later or something, I think it was. And it just shows you, if you do a wee bit of research, you can actually solve this garbage. But they're using it as a promo. I like saying, oh, come and follow us as we get more information on this. Blah, blah, blah. Incredible information coming in via Wayne Wells. Okay, so what is that? That's Twitter, isn't it? Is that Twitter? I think it is. And a message, a DM. Alright, he sent you a snapshot of a secret entrance. Oh, yeah. Okay, keep on going. So they bring
Egyptians
it up
in Grand Canyon.
Yeah. The funny thing is, though, they insult Egyptians because they put up the, not Egyptian thing, but they put up this thing here from Georgian. Is that how you say it?
Georgia.
Here it is. I think I found it. Almost. I went past it. Thumbnails don't sort of line up with the click. So this is actually in Jordan. Let's see. What's that called?
Jordan.
Georgian or Jordan? Don. Which way do you spell it?
Jordan.
It is both a surname. No, not that one.
A-N.
It's got Nike there. Don't think that's anything to do with it. I'd say country. Then.
Jordan. Jordan with an A.
Jordan.
And an N.
Jordan. Is that how you say it? I don't know. Let's see, country. Let's bring it up on the map anyway, so we can all understand where it is. Maps, and then we can zoom out into space, I suppose. So let's just understand all the crap they're putting together here.
There it is, Jordan. I'm just gonna go get a drink.
Okay, it's right next to Israel, and there's a picture of the doorway they're using inside a cliff, which was obviously carved by things. And Egypt, it's on the other side of the river. So, yeah, that's kind of insulting to people, isn't it? And that just shows you they didn't actually research what they were showing. Just on that level alone, just makes them real hypocrites, right? There it is, there. And I think they say it's Egyptian. Let's have a quick listen.
Of Egypt.
They got music, see? Egypt!
Wrong! Is that the place on Google Earth they're saying is in the Grand Canyon, but it's in Jordan?
No, they
That
just
doesn't look like Grand Canyon.
No, they're just saying it's the same type of entrance, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
they're just speculating, trying to get people to
No,
believe
but
this.
they're insulting people saying it's in Egypt when it's not. They didn't even know that basic research there, like I just did.
Jordan. Oh my lord, that's so fake.
Yeah, okay, let's bring up Google Earth. I already got it bookmarked for people. They didn't even publish any information about the GPS coordinates, right? So some of us worked out where the location was, and that's why we can now debunk it. Now I need to change that. How do I change that to always remember your last place you go to? It always goes to Egypt for some reason. I think I must have said the last pin location or something, did I? I can't remember how I changed that now, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Here we go. Stargate, no, not that one. Secret entrance, here we go. We'll fly to it. Flying. Whee! Right down to there we are. Okay, there we see it. Okay, and what above it is, which they don't show you on the map. You can see it's on a slopey bit going downwards in the canyon. So the canyon means rock face that's really steep. Okay, so it's not like anyone's going to have a footpath down to it, right down to that location. It's right below a bunch of straight cliffs, and then it angles off down to the river, or where the river would have been, ancient river. And you can see here, look, not far away is Point Imperial, with a road going up to it, where obviously there's tourists going to stand on a platform, right? Here we go, we can see a car park, and we can see quite commercialized tourist platforms where people can stand and take photographs of the so-called Egyptian pyramids. Apparently there's a old mine entrance here too. I found out information online in a search, but I didn't think I'd bother documenting it. I think it's there somewhere, which is on a steep place. It's not known or documented. It's probably some crazy miner. Alright, so can they see that location from the platform? I suppose it's around the corner there.
Probably goat poo, mountain goat poo falling down the cliff.
So it's down there. Would they better see it from this platform up here? But they don't tell you there's a platform. I've gone past it again. There it is there. So this, watching it from there. See, the problem is we're looking at 2D satellite view, trying to interpret it as 3D, right? How do we get into 3D? Is it shift key? There we go. There we go. Now we got into 3D mode, which is only a approximation, right? Because that's why we're getting all this strange stuff up here. So there's the lookout. I'm pretty sure they would be able to photograph it from there, eh? Right, so let's see. Can we actually rotate it around? What's the key for rotating here? Is it control key?
No idea. Middle mouse.
No, you just hold down the shift key to rotate and sync. There you go. So let's see if we're standing there. Would we be able to see it, or is it just out of range of seeing it? How do I zoom in? Take off the
mouse
shift
wheel.
key. Oh, there we go. No, take
Mouse.
off your finger. No, I've got to remove my finger off the wheel. Whoa, we're looking over the cliff now. Where's the lookout gone? Hey. Looks like a fair drop down there, wouldn't you say? And down there. So it must be on one of the faces like this down here. Some people said it could be like an old miner's entrance, because there's a lot of, apparently there's a uranium mine there, and there's also, what's that down there? Another peak, you see. You can see they've got these little straight edges, chunks, rectangle type rocks, which would cast straight shadows and look like concrete, right? Look how straight that shadow is there, coming down from that cliff there. And you can see the shadows on these ones with a lot of right angles there, right? So when's that car park? I'd have to go back out again. Oh, where's the road? There it is there. So why do I miss it? There's the road going to the lookout over here. It's right on the edge, right? Right on the edge here. And you can see there's a lot of similar type rocks that they're pointing towards be an entrance. There's a lot of things here that look like entrances. There you go here. There's a lookout. See, it doesn't look quite right, does it? Looks like a concrete slab there. And when we go to there, it looks a bit better, but you can see there's a lot of artifacts. Look, artifacts everywhere. Where it's trying to process it and estimate what it's going to look like there. Oh, there's a lookout there looking that way. And we know the entrance was way down. Oh no, that's the entrance here. Where's the lookout? There it is there, look. It's looking straight down at it. So why is it going to be a secret place? Someone's bound to have videotaped it with 100 times optical zoom on a Nikon camera, right? But anyway,
how come no one saw it from the lookout? It's not even that far away from the lookout.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying for the last 10 minutes.
It's the next ravine over. It goes down then up. It's like not far away.
Yeah, it's not.
Look how close it is to the road. You could park on the side of the road and walk to it.
Yeah. But you can see the road here. Look.
Yeah, look how close that road is. You could walk up the hill.
Yeah. Would you step up with a video camera to there and look downwards? I suppose you could, couldn't you?
I'd go and have a look.
Maybe tie a rope around you and just anchor it there just in case something went wrong. You know, there'd be clever people like that. But yeah, I think from the lookout you probably see it with a telephoto quite easily, I think. But yeah, they're going to send a drone there, right, and film it. But yeah, how do I get the original view back again? How do I get it back to 2D perspective again? Michael, what's he saying? Looks like I'm playing at 505 Flight Simulator. Alright, yeah. Are you talking about me zooming in? Yeah, I'm still a wee bit rusty on the Google Earth, on LSD. People talking and everything. What are you talking about? Wait, what? I'm not sure what you mean by people talking. Gabber was talking over me. But it's alright. If anything you didn't quite hear, I'll repeat what I was trying to say. But you can see even far away from space, you can see how damn close it is, right, to the main road going up that way. It's ridiculous. If that's going to be the lost Egyptian gold, which we can probably cover what they're trying to claim it is by doing a search here on it. The story about a guy that discovered an entrance in Grand Canyon which was buried mummies and Egyptian treasure. Like I said, it fits in with my airship theory, right? And they may have gone off course. Maybe the wind direction changed and it went off course and got stuck in the Grand Canyon even, instead of landing in Central America. And maybe they died and they mummified people, and the last person alive maybe buried them or whatever, or they stuck some of them in caskets, so they might have had enough people to do it, but they probably all perished, right? Who knows, they may have cut the little ship that's dangling underneath the balloon. The balloon went away and the ship just landed on the edge of a cliff there in the Grand Canyon and they were stuck there and they're trying to figure a way how to climb up and out of it maybe. And they didn't have all the ropes because maybe they lost it, you know. So let's see, ancient Egyptians treasure. It's a good story though. I like the story. Treasure Grand Canyon. Let's see if I've got any typos. I think I have covered it before. Underground Egyptian city hidden in Grand Canyon, and you'll find lots of things like that. When the Smithsonian discovered an ancient Egyptian colony. So was that in the Grand Canyon? Yep, in the Grand Canyon. That's 2012.
If the Smithsonian's found
Smithsonian,
ancient Egyptian
yeah.
temples there, they would have taken everything and then blown it up with dynamite, so you'd be just covered in rocks.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to like earth move
That's if they want to cover it up.
hundreds
But-
of tons of rocks. They would have covered it up.
And you're assuming they wanted to cover it up, though.
If they didn't cover it up, someone would have found it by now.
Learn the truth behind urban legends. Okay, so let's have a look at this one.
What they say.
It's on their magazine site.
Oh yeah.
175 years of Smithsonian most untrue stories. Well, there'll be a few of them, I'd say. I hope diamonds.
They sound like Thirdphaseofmoon saying that their videos aren't fake or CGI. Smithsonian.
Noah's Ark. Okay. What else we got? A mystery. So-called prehistoric artifact. What, Barbie doll? Hey, I'm quite confused by that one. Okay, keep on going. I might post a link to this anyway. Discovered Egyptian ruins. Okay, what are they saying about that one? Fact, it didn't. Backstory, on April the 5th, 1909, the Arizona Gazette ran the following headlines. Explorations in the Grand Canyon, mysteries of immense rich cavern being brought to light. Georgian is infused. I guess that's the guy's name, not the country, is it? Remarkable find indicates ancient people migrated from the Orient. The article includes testimony of one G.E. Kincard, who says that he's traveling solo down the Green and Colorado rivers, discovered proof of an ancient civilization, possibly Egyptian origin. It didn't take any pictures. 1909, when was the first cameras out? About then, I suppose. This pinhole cameras. The story also asserts that the Smithsonian archaeologist named S.A. Georgian, returned with Kincard to investigate the site. However, Arizona Gazette appears to have been the only newspaper ever to have published the story. No records can confirm the existence of either Kincard or Georgian Dan. So don't say really much there, but yeah, that's sort of, if you got no hard proof, it sort of puts the story as a fable, doesn't it? And it's a good way for a newspaper in a remote town that has no tourists to suddenly get lots of tourists there looking for this lost.
They can't prove that either of the miners existed. There's no existence of them.
Yeah, that makes it a big hole in the story, doesn't it?
It's just a newspaper story, and like newspapers make stories to sell newspapers, so you can't trust newspapers.
Well, to sell newspapers, but also to create a tourist inflow, so people go.
Exactly.
Here's a famous story in this town. I never heard of that town. Let's go there on a holiday and see the Grand Canyon. Yep. Actually, blah 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 blah.
Tourism propaganda.
Ancient Egyptians in USA. But I do believe there has been Vikings definitely in America. Egyptians with the airship story of mine is a very possibility as well, although it's only a theory.
They think there was Egyptians in Gosford in Australia. They found hieroglyphs carved into rocks.
Hello, Blue Chicken. Thank you for joining us.
They found a scarab beetle too. So I don't know. We don't know.
Alright, it's trying to be funny. Okay, yeah. So we're sort of just catching up with side comments. Blue Chicken. I often wonder what happened to the capstones. What capstones? Egypt.
Capstones on the pyramids.
Well, weren't they copper and gold plated, and probably were stolen? And like I said, it was probably part of the machine that was connected to the underground thing. Because if it's on the top, it's going to act, it's going to generate a lot of static electricity, which is ideal for water splitting. But anyway,
They had all the water underneath, like a battery. The water coming in like a battery.
yeah, you'd have to watch my episode on airships. I'll just quickly find it for you. I think I got it on the homepage even, haven't I? But anyway, let's just do a search. Airships. Mind you, I'm doing quite a lot of episodes on airships now. The blimps stuff, blimps and all that. This one here, which has a little UFO hovering above it. Stealing the capstone. Airships theory. It's well worth having a watch, see if you agree with my research there or not. I also got one on the electric light bulb. Another one I did to see if there could be any truth on it. So I was trying to do it from a research perspective to see if they had the tools and knowledge available at the time to do a light bulb, or even the batteries or the power bulb. Let's just put that in. This one here, Egyptian light bulb. See what you think about that research I did. If you've not watched it already. That's going back into 2017 there. So
I think the light bulb makes sense because they made like a light bulb, but then they made like batteries with like jars full of liquid that would give like battery power to the light bulb, because you couldn't use torches, burning torches while they're digging the tunnels for all those, all the tunnels where they paint all the hieroglyphs and put all the tubes in and stuff. You'd get carbon monoxide poisoning. You needed light bulbs to be able to work in that environment.
And plus you don't want burning candles that's sucking up all the air either.
No air, like carbon monoxide, dioxide everywhere. It's a bad situation.
Don't know how they would do that though. They'd have to have men with fans or females every certain meters with fans going up and down to try and blow air into the tunnels or whatever. But yeah, anyway, back onto this Google Map debunk. How are we going for time anyway? It feels like a long time already. Let's see, what's it say? Oh, it's coming up to 3 hours already, is it? It's amazing, time just flies on this stuff, doesn't it? I heard they were stolen, they would be hard to do. Yeah, well, they were worth lots of money. So they would have melted it down. So I reckon whoever built the pyramids was built by another race of people that got killed. And they did document how the hydrogen splitting was working on purpose, because they didn't want the technology to fall into the wrong hands for warmongering. So, it's possible they all got killed out, the people, the engineers and all that, and eventually these people that invaded took over. Because they did have a lot of slaves. Is it possible that they had a lot of African slaves that slaughtered the masters, so to speak, and they took over? It's very possible, isn't it? And of course, it just deteriorated after that, grave robberies and capstones being stolen, melted down into other things.
Or an invading army. They talk about the sea people coming and invading, like all sorts of wars going back then against civilization and civilization. It's a strong possibility.
Okay, let's go back down to this debunk here. So what I did is, as I always point out, a lot of fraud channels, when they find stuff on Google Maps, they never go through the history imagery to see if there's any better images, right? So this is obviously the latest, so we can then bring up historical imagery. And bingo. And looks like it was set on something I was looking at. But we can go back to the latest one there. And now we can push that back arrow there and go back in time. So the next image is this one here. Okay, so suddenly that door entrance doesn't look too much like a door entrance on that one. And look, we got piles of rock over here. See that one there? See how the shadow plays working there, and you can see layers of rock on the side of the cliff there. So why isn't this the same sort of type of rocks, right? In fact, it even looks like a human face there. Look up here. We got an alien on top. There you go. Look, alien. It's got a little nose, got eyes there. It's got one big black eye. See that? One black eye there. Kind of looks
You sound like Tyler. You sound like Tyler Glockner.
Yeah. Well, I sound like any fraud channel, you know, like GUFON. But you can see here. Okay. So look. Just listen. The shadow is on the right side here, right? See the shadow? Yeah. See that one over there? So that makes that thing here a shadow of this rock face here. So let's just zoom in there. Does it look like an Egyptian doorway, as they said, or which is the wrong location? No, it doesn't look like
a crack. It's like a crack in the rock, a gap in the rock with a shadow. It's not even a gap. It's just a shadow of the top layer of rock coming down onto a rock that's a lower level.
Can we actually measure it? Is another thing. Let's measure the doorway. If it. Let's see. Tools, ruler. I've forgotten how to use it though. I think you have to hold down the control key, isn't it? A line. Okay. Can I zoom in and draw? Let's draw a line from there to there. Oh, that's halfway, is it? What's that say? 0 meters, is it? Miles. We want
you got to give it 2 points.
It's 2 points. It's a meter wide, so a human could just fit down there then. Okay. And it looks like it might be for a doorway 3.7 meters high. So that is quite a big chunk of rock there, I guess, because a normal doorway is actually, what's a normal doorway? That's about 2 meters, a normal doorway, isn't it? So that's like 2 doorways. So it's not really that big of an entrance, not like what they were claiming, right? So they didn't do any measurements on screen. So that one's debunked. Okay, that's just going back one thing, but we can see here which way the shadows are definitely going, and it just looks like a rock face, doesn't it? Nothing special. Okay, let's go back another image, and we've got the doorway sort of looking again, but we know it's now a 1 meter gap, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere, because we can actually in this one actually see that the sun's creating a shadow in the other direction this time, right? Which way is the shadow going? It's going this direction this time. So the shadow's coming the other way. Now we can actually see right to the bottom of that door entrance, and you can see the bottom of the ground there that matches the ground coloration here, which is look like vegetation inside the gap there. See that there? So that debunks it. It's just a no hole. And
is this the best? Is this the best third phase of moon can do?
Well, no, I'm doing it actually better. But yeah, we'd have to play the video to see the best they can do for UFO footage.
Oh my lord!
And
they're
here's another one.
They're scared to upload any more CGI. They're scared to upload any more CGI because of the documentary exposing them.
This one we can't even see a door entrance. Where's it disappeared to on that one? because it's blurry and we haven't got the same shadows to make it sort of stand out, right?
There's no dot.
So whereabouts was it? We have to go back again just to see, to match it up. Okay, so it's there to there. So we go back. Should be there. So it should be this one here. And sure enough, it looks still going like a bunch of rocks there. And there it is there. You can see now the entrance is not an entrance, right? It looks just like a normal rock with edges on it. Let's keep on going back. And of course, GUFONs attacking me saying, oh, they said that already. Oh, I'll bring up the comment that GUFON said about it. That one's really blurry. I think maybe we've run out of good images now, because we're going back to older technology. Nothing there. Right, where is it here? It should be over here, shouldn't it? It's a wee bit blurry. Really blurry, as I say. I can't see any details here. Here's another one. Blurry as hell. Really old camera technology. Now we're going back to black and white. Oh, that doesn't show it up at all, does it? So I think it's just a pile of rocks with a small meter gap in between. On a vertical cliff, right? And we can see the ground coloration on one of the pictures. So it's bollocks. I debunked it. And don't even need to go there. And that one's really blurry. What is that? And you can say they're covering it up, they're blurring it out, they're airbrushing. No, it's just a cloud that's got in the way. It's a cloud over the place. Obviously, you don't get too many storm clouds in there, but they managed to get one there. Old camera technology there. So obviously it just got better and better over time. Excuse me, there's that nagging cough again. Can't get rid of it. That one. It's getting better all the time. You see the high definition coming in. That one there with the shadows in a different direction. Same one. That one could have a wee bit of cloud cover because it's a wee bit dimmed down, isn't it? It looks like it's a wee bit foggy. That looks like there's no cloud. That one here that Third Phase is using looks like there might be a thin cloud in the way. And that's latest. Okay. So yeah, debunked, and we can close that down. There we go. And we just go back to my post here. And then the video just to finish it off, I guess. So I posted it here with the coordinates if you want to go and check it out for yourselves. Such a buzzkill, aren't I?
Why
So
is such a buzzkill for?
well, I wanted it to be Egyptian treasure that they found, and it would be on the TV news and Fox News with them interviewing them. And
Who do they think they are? They think there's a Hawaiian Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom.
Yeah, that'll be their next movie, mate. With special effects.
No. Special effects, lots of CGI.
Yeah. So, Egypt, third phase of the moon. Debunked. Let's post it in there.
Make sure you retweet my Billy video of Third Phase.
Have you posted it up on Twitter, have you?
Yeah, I posted it and I tagged you. You should see it.
I thought I was talking about that last time. Yeah, I'll just open up another thing and retweet it then.
Got to spread it around everywhere. Spread the truth everywhere. Everyone needs to know.
Yeah, if you missed the front of the show, do watch it, and the links are there. What I can do is I can click on there and repost it to Twitter. Well, you should actually done that.
There it is. That one.
Billy, is it? So I'm not sure how you
Yeah, the
spell it.
Billy link. It's right there. It's right there. It's in front of you.
Yeah, Bill. Is it called? Billy.
Billy.
I don't know how I spelled it. I don't know how I typed it up now. But anyway, you know what I mean. I either got it right or wrong. Chinese version. You want us to redo it? I really liked it, but I didn't retweet it because I thought it was the same link as mine. I didn't actually look. Is that gone? Is that green? My eyesight's going. Yeah, it looks like it's retweeted. Yeah, there we go.
Good stuff.
I did.
Got to support the boys, you know. Got to support the boys.
Let's see if it's gone onto my timeline. I go back there. Just click on that icon. Ah, yeah, there it is at the top. There you go. So it worked. Yeah, so if we go back to my one here, guess who shows up? So I got all the images here. Another date looks like rectangle. So you can actually plug in that code there. That's another form of GPS where it doesn't use north and south and all that. But if you have a look at my pictures here, I actually got the other format listed here for you, where it's north and west. But yeah, if you read down further, just another shadow. Gabber TV's been there, and Ben, probably be some comments I haven't actually seen. Someone tell he reposted it anyway, even if it's a shadow. Ben, I've clicked like on it. Talking about the pin. It took me, or does it look like a dog? More replies. Oh, right, more replies. In capital letters, so it's going to burn your eyes out, guys. Third Phase said it could be shadow play. Another fake debunk by the second worst in the business of debunking. Nothing worse than a debunker who lies to make their claims. Right, what did I show today that was lies, guys? You lack education and critical thinking. Did I? I thought I sussed it out pretty good there. That is why no one else watches or comments here for you. Just me. Well, there's a few people that like and repost. But yeah, it should be thousands of people doing it, shouldn't it? I said here, I don't have old grannies and men with no teeth watching me. I have people. I have people who are really looking for truth and answers in the field. No bullshit, no big money from bullshit movies full of shills. I'm talking about Dr. Greer there. Yeah, and I put up this good comment from Len again, which I think I did actually show you guys, didn't I? He said at the bottom there, the channel punches way above the weight and the best quality UFO channel I have yet come across. And if the best quality.
It's a nice comment.
So, yeah, it's a good comment. I wish I had more time to spend on the topic, as it is too... has been ruined ufology generally by the influx of greedy opportunists who known as grifters. I think known as grifters, but my main interest is more mundane and political, and there too I think he might be German. This guy. I'm not sure though. I can't remember. We also plagued by grifters, but cannot put all the blame on them for the overall down, because too many folks simply give in to their confirmation bias, and the grifters are canny enough to tell them what they want to believe. The channel punches way above its weight, and if the best and I think he means it is the best quality UFO channel I have yet come across. So that's a really good comment. But yeah, that was going to GUFON. What else did I say to him? I think I might have said some more. You replied to that with the granny one.
Beverly Hillbillies. What for picture of the Beverly Hillbillies?
Is
Granny
that
from
what
the
it was?
Beverly Hillbillies.
I
Yeah.
thought it was like the Glamour Girls
Oh,
or
there's another
something.
one. Oh, no, that's the Golden Girls. Yeah,
Oh, Golden Girls,
sunglasses
that's
one.
it. That's the Golden Girls, yeah.
There was another one. There's another Ed from bloody Beverly Hillbillies.
I thought I had another comment there. But maybe it wasn't on that one. I think it was probably on today's one. Let's have a look. He did troll me again. He trolls me all the time. Obviously, he's got to get content from me, of course.
He gets paid. He gets paid by third phase of Moon to troll you.
Here we go. Not that one. Stupid and weak. Now keep sucking on Campion. I've already talked about that one. You showed up a bit late to it. Was it on that one? No, it wasn't on that one. Whereabouts was it? Maybe he's deleted it.
His comments are just like a childhood in the kid, a kid in the school, just like he's got
Right,
nothing intelligent to say.
No, he hasn't. Nobody is a fan
He's
of
going to
yours.
start talking about your mother. He's going to start saying things. Your mama's so fat. I'm like, what? The mama jokes come out now.
Yeah.
Is that the best you got?
That's why I said to him, that's why I double views in a month and growing fast on alt media. Probably one of the biggest using alt media. Because frauds only use YouTube for ad money. That's what I said back to him. Which is true. You don't see Third Phase of the Moon on Brighton and BitChute because they can't make money there, right? Why would they put the videos there? They want to drive the traffic to YouTube where they can get all the ad money.
Exactly. They're
yeah.
not going to double post.
Yeah, there was another comment. Can't remember where I posted it now. Talking about the research I was doing. Oh, right, it was about the plane Concorde one. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. He's just a turd, doesn't he? Oh, right. Did I post that one? Twitter. I did, yeah, I posted it so we can close it down. Close it. Okay, so we got the Ben Hansen one to cover next. But how long have we got? It's already 5 o'clock, so we might not be able to do much with it. But, oh yeah, we should actually finish off the video bullshit on it, right? It'd be good to actually listen to it. So you've got to be careful of that music, you see.
Wouldn't it be incredible, right?
Just mute it.
Yeah, watch this like a text reader that sounds like Blake Cousins. Walls of Egypt, wouldn't it be incredible, right? Oh, I've unmuted it again. Oh, sorry. Why is it not working? Unmute, you sucker. I mean, mute. Wouldn't it be incredible, right? A civilization of Egypt in America. So you can see the type of square rocks they get there, right? And the shadow play. And you can see the clouds. They do get clouds. Thin ones and even fairly thick ones there, right?
Look at all the shadows they cause. Make all sorts of different...
Okay, so this is the last image, right? We've already proved that on Google Earth. Egyptian in nature regards to the architecture. Here we go. Are you seeing again straight edges? Yeah, not really. We know it's like an edge of a rock that curves there. Some people might say these are just tricks of light, or maybe. See? So they're not... this is what GUFON's saying. Oh, in that comment, right? Oh, they said that.
It's just a cavity in a rock. There's like millions of them. Millions of cavities in rocks all around the world. That's all it is.
Yeah. You get those in New Zealand too. Probably not on a steep cliff like that, but certainly we got that type of volcanic rock. And crystallized rock that forms edges like that.
Wasn't he jumping on a plane to fly over there? What's he doing?
No, well, I don't know. He's at the start of it. He's getting into an aircraft to fly across the island of Hawaii, or something, wasn't it? Nothing about flying there. Tricks of light, maybe. Oh, but the Blake Cousins said that out there, channel. You weren't listening. That's why you're a hoax promoter.
I don't believe
debunker.
Blake Cousins. I'm sorry. Don't believe him.
Yeah, and what's he saying? No, you're a hoax debunker. I mean, not promoter. But when you're looking in these canyons, so what bullshit is he going to come out with? This top view. Okay, so he changed it. Of course, he hasn't shown you like I showed you with the lookout just above where they're looking. Okay, so is he going to show us the lookout? No. Come on, Blake. Oh, no, you just missed it. So look at the steep sides they have here. Okay, so we're looking at this edge here, right? And then it's got this bit that angles off. So that entrance is going to be down here on the slope where the water's going to pour down like anything when it rains. But I believe the Egyptian cave that was in the fable was actually on one of these really straight edges in the cracks, right? And the only way down to it was from a rope from above. But yeah, it's on lots of documentaries, Unsolved Mysteries and all that sort of thing.
Unsolved Mysteries. I love that show.
Was it Unknown Destination or Destination X or something? Did something with Josh Gates. I think Josh Gates did it. And someone said there was an entrance there and he tried to get permission to go there and he didn't get permission. They couldn't even fly a helicopter. It's on Expedition X, I think. Let's see if we can find it, reference to it, so you guys can look it up. Expedition, was it X or Unknown? It could be Unknown. He's got various programs with a similar name. There's Destination Truth as well. Expedition Unknown, Egyptian Canyon, Grand Canyon. I'll just put Grand in, see what comes up. I think it was. I pretty remember watching it. The Mummy Revealed. No, not that one. Not those ones. Maybe I have to put Grand Canyon in. Pretty sure it was on one of his shows anyway. Grand Canyon. Egyptians Lost Tunes. Expedition Unknown. Here we go. There we go. Oh no, that might be in Egypt again. No, that's not the Grand Canyon one. Damn it. Perhaps I got the wrong one. Underground Egyptian City and Grand Canyon. Is that Just Gates ones? They're still finding hidden tombs in Egypt, by the way, so...
There's so many pyramids all around the world. Egypt's not even the biggest pyramid.
What's that there? Uncharted Expedition. New treasure hunting show. Maybe it was on that.
We're going to be finding things in pyramids for the next 200 years because there's so many pyramids that haven't been dug up yet.
Yeah. And of course, earthquakes fill it in again. You know, causes collapses. You never get inside without heavy equipment. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Josh Gates did one on it. But maybe it wasn't Expedition Unknown. Maybe it was another show. Let's just type his name in. Josh Gates. It's well worth watching because they did actually fly a helicopter pretty close to it. But I'm pretty sure it's not where Third Phases is. Josh Gates. Expedition. Photo galleries come up again. Josh Gates discovers. So that's in Egypt, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, Josh Gates, here we go. Storyline involves Josh Gates' character. So what show was it on? Egyptians. 2014. Could that be the one?
Third phase of Indiana Jones.
Egyptian edition unknown, season 10. Old Kingdom. No, it's not that one. Silver coins. Egyptian life. No. Let's see. His name was mentioned there, so let's have a look at that page. Pretty sure it's got me sort of buggy in the head now about this. I'm pretty sure it was him that was doing it. The Ancient Americas, could that be it? It's bound to be lots of shows on it, eh? Because it's a good interest topic, right? It drives traffic to your channel or whatever. Not seeing Josh Gates here though. If I find out, I'll let you know. I'm pretty sure it's in something that he was in anyway. But anyway, can't spend too long on it, can we? And we run out of time. Okay, so here they go. So they're not showing us the platform or the location. They're trying to keep it secret. They haven't told us the coordinates. In fact, they probably haven't even posted them. If you go more. Have we got coordinates there? I don't see anything. Is there coordinates? No, so they're keeping it secret, right? And he's saying stay tuned, bookmark and come back for more details as we find out more and all that sort of stuff. So it's like a promo to get people to sub and go there, right? Not in any kind of publication on YouTube, right? Only on their channel. Well, it's on the Out There channel now, and it's been debunked as a part of Rocks and Shadow Play. Yeah, see, they haven't used the history thing, gone back to the other images, where you can probably even take it and overlay them even, probably. And they're doing the 3D thing, which is only an estimate, by the way. Stretching a regular image from seen above over a three-dimensional model doesn't always work too well. Duck Skinner. So Duck Skinner's been there investigating, you know, the fake Dr. Skinner. Not the real Dr. Skinner. You're talking to him now, the real Dr. Skinner. Well, I'm not a doctor, but but I'm the real Skinner, the real one that knows what he's doing, not the other fake director, movie maker early in the show. But yeah, Apollo Stereo and Doc Skinner. What's he saying there? Maybe traveling, bringing us a video. Yeah, this dangle Doc Skinner down there by a rope, that would be entertaining actually. Or the redhead. I'd like the redhead to go down there, give her the rope and throw her over the edge. That would be really great. See that? See how they clipped it? See, they didn't show you the lookout point in the road. They're such con jobs, aren't they?
Yeah.
Sneaky way they edit stuff. And of course that's been brought up in that documentary that we talk about.
They couldn't even get the destination of their picture right. It's from Jordan, not Egypt. It's just everything is just wrong. They're doing everything wrong because no idea what they're doing, no research, no study, nothing.
There's no credibility in this report at all, is there?
Zero credibility in that clip video they made.
Like even when they pan around there, you can see it's just really low-lying rock face, right?
They talk fake information. They give the wrong location.
And they purposely don't show you the nearest town or lookout point.
Yeah. Everything's carefully crafted and constructed. to like
Oh,
leave
look.
out bits of information.
There's a little creek way there on the bottom there. Or is that a pathway now? Oh, it probably floods when it rains, you know. What's he showing here? Oh, look, I found something. What is it? Might call it drone.
I'm glad I can't hear his voice right now.
All right,
I'm glad I can't
we got a reference. This is how people figured it out. We got a reference there.
Oh no! Here we
Imperial.
go.
They slipped up. They slipped up because they slipped up on a few frames there. People were able to work out what the actual GPS coordinates were. Like me and other people, right? It didn't take too long to figure it out. An hour, maybe.
Head to the chopper. Head to the chopper.
Head into the chopper. Where are you going to land a chopper? Well, you could land it on the road just above it. Oh, you forgot to tell me I had the thing up still. Blue chicken on the screen. Looks like my clear button's not working all the time. Okay, there we go. So they're just recycling around those viewpoints. They're trying not to give away too much information, right?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, so there's not really much you're going to get from that, apart from saying at the end, stay tuned, we're bringing you more information as we find out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so it's this
is
garbage,
a terrible
right?
video. That's trash can. Full trash can.
But, yeah, we played that under fair use. Let's see if they honour it. Because they're not doing it so far, are they? Taking out YouTube channels where they can.
I'll just upload it to Bilibili. There's no copyright in China. I'll upload it to Bilibili.
Well, you have got free rights. Well, actually, anyone's got free right to use any of my video content, as long as they give me a plug back on their channel or whatever. Or they can summarise my live streams for me.
Just leave a link. Leave a link and go. Just leave a link. I got this from Paul's channel. The truth is out there. Check him out. Hit him subscribe. Hit him a like.
And we got some guy here. I'm not sure what he's on. IO Walks reckons he saw God in his garage. Good on you, mate. I think I'm not sure if he's a troll or not, but
maybe he did see God. We don't know.
Not even lying. I'm not trying to make a song. I saw God in my garage. Hallelujah. Good morning, Paul. Hey, we got Jasper. How's it going,
Wonder what
man?
God was doing in his garage.
Yeah. Well, God's meant to be everywhere at once, isn't he? Does that make him an extremely fat dude? Oh no. GUFON's going to fat shame him. Anyway.
Hey Jasper, how you going, mate?
What was that one? Oh yeah, that was about the Ukraine stuff. So did I post that one? I think I did. Just close that one down there. If you missed all that stuff, you just have to go back once it's processed and rewatch it. And you can see my subs have gone up, but probably YouTube's probably taken some away. Let's just update that. Just check. Updating how many subs have I got on each of those platforms. I got a lot more platforms I upload to though, but I only keep track of the ones that actually got real UFO people on it that seem to be subbing. The other ones don't seem to have too many UFO fans, but I do test out. Oh look, it's gone up since we've been on air. There we go, 1601. We're over the 1600 threshold there. But yeah, the other ones are lagging behind. Rumble, what's wrong with Rumble? You got to advertise me more, man. YouTube, you got to advertise me more. Yeah, you know, I'd like 10,000 subs. You don't have to watch me. You don't even have to have the notification on. But if you give me 10,000 subs, that will really pee off GUFON. If you want to pee off GUFON, sub to me, guys, because he's always going on about no one watches me. He would say I bought the subs though, if it happens, but yeah. It's hard not to mention the guy, because you can see he's everywhere in my life. No matter what I do, he's always attacking me, even though I'm correct in what I present. The guy's a complete moron, and we probably could prove that under court or something, or under science. We can prove that he's a moron under science by giving the IQ test or something. But anyway, let's have a look at what Ben Hansen's got to say here. RaceTrack UAPs. That sounds a bit like the Ukraine stuff, doesn't it? Moving really fast and visible. Reported by dozens of pilots and commercial flights. Now, last time we saw how bad Ben Hansen does video work and doesn't enhance things and zoom in. I suspect this is going to be pretty much the same, guys. But yeah, we'll just have a watch what he's got to say.
No red arrows, no red circles. You don't know what he's talking about. Nothing.
Yeah. Haha, about to go to bed. I'll stay tuned. Okay, that's all right. If you're tired, we don't force you to be here, and you can watch mine once anytime, as long as Blake Cousin doesn't take it offline with a copyright claim. Yeah, sometimes.
How can he do copyright claims when, like, most of his videos are like other people's?
He's got permission. He gets permission to show other people's. And that's why he took down that one that guy filmed, that deer hunter stand. Remember? The deer hunter stand at the end of the movie. That
The Russian guy complained. The Russian guy complained.
Yeah, that they didn't have permission, and he was going to take him to a strike. I think he put a strike on him. But anyway, they took it down quite quickly and never mentioned it again.
It down, get rid of the strike.
Maybe they did mention it. They said, "Oh, we had to take down that last one," but they didn't say why.
If they take it down, does that get rid of the strike?
No, you get the strike that stays active for 6 months, I think it is. I think my one they put on me affected me for a good year, because I think even though if it removes the strike, it doesn't restore how you're found in search engines that they, Google search engine. Yeah. And I think why my subs suddenly started climbing lately is because that initial strike they put on me is actually fully cleared now, for the time being anyway. But anyway, let's just see what happens. YouTube channel I don't give two shits about. I don't care about Google anymore. Alt media I think is the way of the future, and I'm the only one on there, and unfortunately most of them are really smart people. I've really got them all in 1600. I think the rest of them are all the ones that are following Third Phase and Secure Team and GUFON. So yeah, unfortunately, until we can change the mindset, they're not going to sub to me. But anyway, we'll see what happens. As I keep saying, it's quality of the people that follow you, not the quantity. I'd rather have IQs above 100 following me than IQs of 60 or less, or 80 or less. But yeah, because we want people that are going to have scientific minds and investigate how I do things. You can do it with Google, what they call right click or left click researchers. I don't give a shit. Eventually all the libraries are going to be scanned in eventually, once they get around all this copyright nonsense, and you're able to search any book under the sun. Any papers published, newspapers, you should be able to search on headlines. It'll be like instant. Eventually, once all that happens, then anyone can be a researcher, and you don't have to fly to other countries and sift through basements of old papers, because it'll be scanned in. But anyway, that's just a bad attitude. People's talking about online researchers. I know Cambion goes on about it, but that's just really bad, because look how much I do and figure out. So anyway, let's just carry on.
Hey everyone, it's Ben Hansen. I'm a UFO researcher and host of TV shows on Discovery Plus and the Travel Channel.
Plug.
I have some really exciting updates to this developing UAP story. I began reporting on this at the end of August, and I'm going to provide a recap on some of those sightings, because I think there's a good chance they might all be related to the same phenomenon. However, if you want a more in-depth background on those other cases, you're going to have to watch the preceding videos that are linked to this playlist here if you click on that. There just isn't enough time to go into all the detail on all the other cases. So, on to today's news. So, I'm finally able to report that we have new eyewitnesses, testimony from additional commercial pilots, multiple in fact, who observed unidentified aerial phenomena that matches much of the same description reported by the Gulfstream pilot on August 18th. And
so we covered that, what, 3 weeks ago, was it? Or 4 weeks ago now?
Yeah.
It's been a few times. So,
recycling the same story.
So they said he was after more accounts if they could get in contact with him. So maybe he's got some.
And within a few days of that report. So in one case, I do have some pretty incredible video that goes along with what the captain and crew witnessed. We're also going
which last ones were dots in the sky, and it was horrendous. So let's see if this gets any better.
I'm going to be doing a deep dive into that video that was filmed by the Hawaiian Airlines pilot going from Honolulu to LA. I showed it in the latest update that's in this playlist here, the video that precedes this one. But we're going to look at it again because we really didn't analyze it, and you're going to see why I think it's relevant. It's very similar to this latest site.
He didn't analyze it.
Anytime I present video evidence,
no. See what I mean?
I also caution people against weighing the whole case with only what they see in the video. Smartphones, especially, are not very good at taking low light video.
So that's just sloppy to me. It's better to put it all together and then percent it. And even if you make little video clips and not actually edit it so much, you can just bring it up on your live stream, right?
Yeah.
And you're only seeing a portion of the detail that the human eye can see. Additionally, what I have here is about 4 minutes
so I might have to go full screen
of a
on this
sighting
one.
that lasted more than 30 minutes. So there's a lot going on.
I will post a link to it so you can re-watch it. And sub to his channel to keep an eye on it yourself if you want to. But yeah, he gets a lot of plugs from me anyway. I'm not saying he's. I'm not saying he's bad, but I think looking at his past history, I think he's a wee bit open, especially with the Travis Walton case. So yeah, I'm not saying he's totally bad, but there's pros and cons of everybody, I think. But yeah, he's not really good with the old editing. He's a good host for TV shows, for sure. But he's done a UFO documentary, which I did review and cover 6 months back, is it? Or 8 months back. It's quite old now. Some of it was good, some of it was really bad.
Privy to, and we have to rely on what the witnesses said. So it's only kind of a snippet. The video, I don't think, makes or breaks the case. But I do think that in this situation, it provides a very useful depiction of what the pilots experience, and we can make useful deductions from it. So having said that, I would encourage you to watch the whole timeline that I'm about to lay out for you. But if you're one of those people who gets so impatient and you want to form your whole opinion,
getting impatient
solely
already
based on what you see in the video,
show us.
Then this is for you. I'm putting right here the time code.
He likes to talk a lot just to fill up his video and make it longer.
Which would be on my left side.
Does seem it, doesn't it?
Hawaiian Airlines sighting and check that out.
Look, so he's describing what we're meant to be seeing here, so that's quite important because he hasn't edited the video and put little red arrows on.
And the analysis
no red arrows, no red circles,
on my right
nothing.
side, the time code. If you want to go to the part where we're going to...
So he obviously doesn't know how to bring up a video and screen share and use his mouse cursor to point to it, you know.
Explore this latest one from Southwest Airlines in Missouri. Okay, so now that some of the impatient ones have skipped ahead, if you're still with me, let's start from the beginning. This first pilot sighting in what we're going to call this UAP flap that started on August 5th. Now, the same Hawaiian Airlines pilot, his name is Trent, I introduced again in the previous video,
yeah, I know, he's
was
tedious,
on his way
isn't he?
from Honolulu, Hawaii to Los Angeles on flight number 4. You can see the times of that flight here.
He's already
so
repeated,
you can see
he's
here
repeating
it leaves
information we
officially
already
at
know.
9:37 p.m. on August 5th. It's 17 minutes late leaving Honolulu.
Yeah, but other
it
people
gets
may
into
not
Los
have seen
Angeles
it.
at 5:46 a.m. on August 6th. So here's that flight leaving Honolulu. Trent says that the passage across the Pacific, nothing really eventful happened until they got within about an hour of arriving at Los Angeles. Now, the sun hasn't come up yet. It has kind of that glow, you know, that it's almost dawn. But he says they're flying at 39,000 feet, and all of a sudden he sees this very, very bright object, intensely bright, and then it would dim down. Okay.
So why has he got him on voice saying that? You know, that would be a lot more interesting than just listening to what he had to say.
Almost fade away, and then it would come back up and get bright again. And he was thinking, well, is this a
Hang on, that sounds like a satellite though, doesn't it? You know?
star, right? He's seen a lot of constellations, stars, all the things that you see when you're flying at high altitude and how sometimes they shimmer or twinkle. But he said something wasn't right about it. He definitely did not think it was a star because it was pulsating in such a manner of intensity. He also considered that this might have been some type of what he said, a geosynchronous or geostationary satellite. All right, so those are the satellites that revolve at the same speed as the Earth. To us, they look like they're staying in one place. But quick little background on that. You can see this graphic I put up here. As satellites rotate, some of them are put in a rotation around their axis, or they fall into one. Space junk also tumbles. You can get reflections of satellites catching the light, especially a couple hours right after dusk and right before dawn. So he's seen these before. And he's seen how they can kind of what we call flare up. And here's a night vision video that I took explaining to people how this.
Why is he doing a scientist's explanation of satellites? Why is he doing this?
Yeah, he should leave that. You should show the sighting first, right? And zoom in, enhance it, and then all this explanation at the end, right?
Yeah, he hasn't even shown the video.
Right, okay, so we got stars. Okay, what's he doing?
Works because... Not to debunk everyone who says, oh, look, it's powering up, or, you know, the things they say. But it is something that we look for because you want to kind of time. It's generally something that can be timed with a stopwatch, and you can see that it's following a pattern, okay, when it flares up like that, and really you're just catching the glare of the sun. Now,
so he's scared of copyright, this guy, I think. Because he could have easily brought up some YouTube examples of people filming International Space Station flaring and Iridium satellites blinking and all that. So, yeah, he doesn't do it the way we do it on Live Debunks, unfortunately. But he doesn't do a really good editing job either, and someone needs to.
You got to go. You got to show examples when you're explaining something. Yeah, this is what it looks like. That's what this does, so people understand what you're trying to explain. It helps a lot. Visual representation of your words.
Yeah. So anyway, just carry on.
Having said that, geostationary satellites have to be over the equator. Not so much geosynchronous. We won't talk about the difference between them, but.
Who cares?
Please don't talk about, please don't talk about the difference. Satellite is always going to be in the same place. So you have a weather satellite, spy satellite, you know, taking pictures. Some communication satellites are like this.
I don't want to know about any of the satellites
and things like that. You need
exactly.
to know.
He just mentioned it could be a spy satellite that they're seeing, you know, reflecting the sunlight.
Where the dish needs to be pointed. So relative to us, it's always got to be in that same part of the sky. Okay, so this was not over the equator. As you can see right here, this is directly, not directly east of them, but it's right in front of their track. So a little kind of northeast. So interesting to note is this little waypoint right here called Dinty. Now Dinty is the same waypoint in the same area where the Gulfstream pilot in the first video, you know, that I put out a couple weeks ago. He had his encounter with 4 or 5 objects, UAPs, that were circling his Gulfstream jet as he's heading west out to Hawaii. So in the same area, relatively speaking, we don't know how far out this thing was, but this Hawaiian airline pilot and crew sees this light. Now he thinks it's noteworthy, but he's getting ready to land, so there's a lot to do. He can't spend a whole lot of time looking at it, trying to record it, things like that. He did not call it into air traffic control to LA Center, but he takes note of it. He's thinking about it. He's kind of putting it out of his mind after a little bit until August 9th when this happens.
This guy likes telling a story. You can tell. As he got children, he probably likes to drag out a bedtime story for the kids or something. He's that type of guy, isn't he?
So Trent's flying Hawaiian Airlines number 4 again. He's flying with his captain, Chris, who has about 32,000 hours of experience,
blah, blah, blah.
and they leave the gate about 9:24. There they are leaving Honolulu. About an hour and a half into it, they find themselves in a cluster of about 4 other commercial airlines. Now, because Trent was very observant and kept meticulous records, he could see on his TCAS, the Traffic Collision and Avoidance System, who these other airlines were. So as Hawaiian Airlines 4 is edging up to 40,000 feet in front of them, there's a plane 3,000 feet below them. We now know with a high degree of certainty, because they made a position report, that was FedEx Flight 1814, and they were halfway between them and the waypoint Civet, CIVIT. Now ahead of that, about 20 miles past Civet, there was another jet 8,000 feet below them, and that was Hawaiian Airlines 56, and then 2 more slightly north of them, about 80 miles ahead at 6,000 feet below, we have United Airlines 3906, and 3,000 feet below Hawaiian Airlines, we have FedEx 5287. Oh, I almost forgot. We also have United Airlines 534 up there in the corner. So we have actually 5 other commercial flights that are reporting this in this cluster, and they're all talking on 123.45 megahertz. That's kind of like the plane-to-plane frequency. So when they're in a rural area, especially like over the ocean, they talk to each other, give each other weather reports, kind of chatter like if you're old enough to remember CB radio and Channel 19. So at any rate, what I'm going to show you now is a video. The video itself, I don't believe they captured anything anomalous in this video. They're waiting for it to happen.
Mate, running out of
but
time
you're going to
here.
hear the radio chatter of these other pilots talking to each other, because one of them makes the first report and says, "Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing?"
Bloody hell, we ain't gone
They
that
weren't
much
using
from
their
it.
call signs. Okay, it's because of the TCAS were able to know who it was that was talking amongst these 4 or 5 planes.
Do I skip some?
But they weren't using call signs. It's really informal. There's no air traffic.
Okay, can we just move on? That's right. He's got something coming up. I might have to skip some because we're going to run out of time otherwise. Let's just move it forward. Hey, we got a video with lots of noise.
Yeah, I'm taking video of it. Yeah.
So, is that meant to be the video down there?
Can't see it now.
Is it level with the horizon? Negative, it's about 4 inches, maybe 5 inches.
So, couldn't that be a high weather balloon, though? Or high altitude balloon, and it's just reflecting the sun? And it's sort of gone dipped downwards.
Yeah, they're farther north than we are.
So this is why they need dash cams, isn't it? They need dash cams in the pilots thing. They probably got it, but we just don't know about it. So if they had cameras, right, so they could see what they could transmit that straight to the tower, and the tower could see what the pilot's seeing, right? Then they could triangulate all the other objects they're seeing on radar and say, yeah, that's not us. So why haven't they got that in airline pilots? They could easily transmit it with Elon Musk's satellites hovering above, you know? And it's got the bandwidth now. Yeah, that's loud. Anyway.
Come on.
I don't know if Ben's done this, but at least someone's put a transcript of what they're saying on the CV radio.
Slight movement, not a...
But it's pretty damn boring, isn't it? Totally boring.
Yeah, come on. I don't see it. Come on.
See, if it was me, I'd run that through some Audacity software and taken out all that background noise, and you can just hear the pilot then. Because all that noise, you can use a noise filter, and you can just take all that jet engines in the background, a bit like cancelling headset.
Clean up the audio. Yeah, clean up the audio.
So this is really badly done, as far as I'm concerned.
We must be a little farther south.
So I never ever see that there. I never ever got working on my gold membership because I'm not. Would always keep crashing on my video card, especially during live streams. I couldn't do it, and I couldn't even do it without this, even when I wasn't doing the stream. So looks like he's managed to get it working on his PC at least. So that's quite handy, having the plane fly the path that you're trying to look at, and then add the transcript to it.
So now comes the good part. I want to show you a little bit of what they were able to capture on
good
camera,
part.
and what I'm now calling the RaceTrack UAPs because of how they seem to maneuver in this circuitous pattern. Now they start as a point of light toward the horizon, then they get intensely bright as they move usually to the side or sometimes down, and then they dim out. Another one will follow, usually at a slightly different altitude. But nothing is showing up on the TCAS system that would indicate that these are aircraft.
So it could be balloons, weather balloons, or it could be some of those LED balloons, or it could be, you know, some of those get up to 40 inches, and some go up to 72 inches, I think. But anyway, also doesn't still rule out satellites, I don't believe, especially spy ones.
Now the TCAS typically has a forward range of about 80 nautical miles and about 30 miles laterally to the sides. So it is possible that the UAPs were just much too far away to be detected. But one of the very best arguments against these being conventional aircraft is the sheer distances involved in the movement that's seen. This cluster of commercial flights strings out over 100 miles along this track, and he's...
Hang on, but it was dipping below the cloud levels. So what's special about that, you know?
As you can see, there's no commercial flight to the north of them for at least, I'd say, 300 plus miles. That's much too far to see the landing lights of another plane or military flares. Now, if this was a military op and they're not using transpond or ADS-B, it certainly doesn't make sense that it would stay in the same relative position to all 6 jets from their perspective.
Again, doesn't rule out spy satellites that are firing up the engines and moving around in space.
Perspective, because some aircraft in this group, are 100 miles or so apart. Nor is it likely that conventional craft could perform these circling maneuvers for hours as they still keep pace with these commercial flights and they're going, 0.73 Mach or faster.
Oh yeah, but we've not seen any video evidence of these craft circling the aircraft, and why didn't he have his smartphone out recording them?
So I have about a dozen videos that were provided to me as they try to capture these UAPs that are appearing and moving. I'll play some of the raw video first with more of the radio chatter, and then I'm going to do a little compilation with some enhancement on the image. As I explained in one of my previous videos, Chris and Trent also picked up the red flashing light in the video, which we now believe is most certainly the IR light that is used in autofocus of the new iPhone.
Remember that? We said it was our infrared light on the camera. And that's what he was showing in the other videos. He was pointing to that being the UFO, right?
It reflects back from the windows
it wasn't the UFO.
on the plane. So please ignore the rapidly flashing lights
that wasn't the UFO,
sometimes appear at the top of it. There's also some stationary lights, which are stars. What we're looking at is the
we
focus
pointed that
in the
out
center, just above the horizon. And one other thing, the
No
transcription
red arrow,
where it says pilot
no red
1, 2, 3, 4, That's really just my best guess because we really don't know.
I don't know what he's talking
in some
about.
cases which pilot is talking and if it's the same one or not.
It's not really exciting, is it?
Here you go. Take a look.
Okay, there it is. And
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
barely.
Where is it?
I need a red arrow. I need a red arrow. Please.
Was
give
it
me a red
that
arrow.
thing that sort of bobbed below the clouds, which could have been the balloon, right? Reflecting
Yeah,
light
that's
and
the,
then not.
that's the thing in the horizon. It's on the horizon in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, dang it, went away.
It went away. It popped, and it come back again. Oh.
Yeah, we got it.
Where?
And is your position currently between pivot and flex?
Where it is above the cloud there.
Yeah. You can see the cloud cover, can't you?
Yeah.
Go on. Where was it?
So
Where is it?
everybody's seeing it.
Ah, what was that I just saw? Just saw a little flash up here.
Yeah, we're eastbound on the Zulu track, just about.
So where's all these UFOs circling the
Same on
planets?
the Zulu, but yeah, we see it. Yeah, we're at 330 right over Simmons. Yeah, we're looking at it.
I see a little flash in here. Must be like those Ukraine UAPs, right? The Ukraine UAPs. Really hard to spot because it moves so fast.
Can you give me a clock code where we should be looking?
So that's another thing. Could it have been simply a meteorite coming down, just flared up and disappeared, and another one that seems to be in the same place?
I know what pretty much 9 o'clock. We're at
If it was a meteor, you would leave a trail. Leave a trail behind it, like a little tail.
Not necessarily. You wouldn't be able to see that on camera necessarily, though.
Yeah.
And if it's coming towards the plane, you wouldn't see the trail, would you? And then it sort of just breaks apart and disappears, right?
True, because the meteors can come in at different angles. So if it's coming towards you, you wouldn't
And
see
also,
the tail.
And also, they can skim off the atmosphere and go back into space again.
Yeah.
But can you see any UFOs? Because I can't so far. I can see a light over here, but I think that's a star.
United 5.
Alright, there was a flash here.
That's that flashing light there on, above the blue.
Yeah,
Not
but
that
that
one.
could be a star,
No,
couldn't
in the
it?
middle of it. That's the star up the top.
34.
That's the one right there where your arrow is.
There?
Yeah, because he said it's in the middle on the horizon. It's in the middle of the
where
screen
it
on
was
the
there,
horizon.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Let's see
flashing.
if I, let's see if I can get it.
North of the horizon, and it's probably.
There's something there. So this is where it needs to be enhanced, right? There's something there, right there. Is that what you're looking at?
You can see how it's moving too. It's actually moving. It just moved down.
Okay, I just saw a flash there. Is that what they're talking about?
Yeah, there it is. See the SpaceX.
That's going to be so pixelated.
See, there's a flash there. So but that could be meteorites, you know, just going pop, you know, in the atmosphere. And now I see a light there. Is that what they're talking about? No, is that another star? So there's a bright light there. Is that what they're talking about there?
Yeah, what's that? He doesn't put a red arrow. He doesn't put a red circle. So we don't know what. We don't
Okay,
know
I can
what's
see,
what.
I can see a flash in there.
What's that on the bottom? What's that? What's that? The bright light.
How come it's not
popped up down
moving
the bottom.
though? You got something at the bottom.
Yeah, see that one? Look.
Oh, that one there.
Yeah.
I think that's just the camera reflection, is it?
It's not a satellite, and it's not a meteor.
How does he know?
No, it's moving. That's moving. That one's moving.
Where?
Moving.
What's moving? I didn't see any movement.
The one on the bottom. One on the bottom.
Yeah, these things are not moving like meteors. They're.
But that's just the
They're not
atmosphere.
moving like a meteor.
The atmosphere just got thicker there. That's why it disappeared.
Looks like they're orbiting every now and then and changing direction.
I don't see
no
that.
red arrows. No red arrows.
I don't
no
see
red
that. But yeah,
arrows.
that bright light did disappear. But is that what he's talking about?
I think
Let's go
that's what he's
back.
talking about.
Let's just go back.
This is it. It
What is-
disappears and reappears.
You know, we're 100 miles or so apart. nor is it likely that conventional craft could perform these circling maneuvers for hours as
this
they
is
still keep
what
pace
he's
for
got
these
to
commercial
say.
flights, and they're going, you know,
For the love of
0.73
God, put a red
Mach or
circle on
faster.
there.
Yeah.
So I have about a dozen videos that were provided to me.
And they should have provided it to Mick West or someone that could do a proper Edison job.
As they tried to capture these UAPs that are
At
appearing
least
and
Mick
moving.
West will put a red
I'll
circle
play
there,
some
you
of the
know?
raw video first
Yeah.
with more of the radio chatter, and then I'm going to do a little compilation with some enhancement on the image. As I explained in one of my previous videos, Chris and Trent also picked up the red flashing light in the video, which we now believe is most certainly the IR light that is used in the autofocus of the new iPhones.
We all need
it
that.
reflects back from the windows on the plane. So please ignore the rapidly flashing lights that sometimes appear at the top of it. There's also some stationary lights, which are stars. What we're looking at is the focus in the center, just above the horizon. And
That's
one
where
other
you're
thing,
looking.
the transcription where it says pilot 1, 2, 3, 4, that's really just my best guess because we really don't know in some cases which pilot is talking and if it's the same one or not. So here you go. Take a look.
So that's the best he did is the transcript. Okay, thank you for the transcript. So there's the UFO, I'm guessing, right? And it disappears, but why does it disappear? Let's just step it forward. Okay, is it moving? Or is the
I saw it
atmosphere?
moving. Yeah. No, it's
Is the
moving.
atmosphere moving, or is that thing moving?
That thing's moving. Or is the cloud moving? Because cloud moving will make that look like it's moving.
That's what I'm saying it is. It looks like the cloud's moving, perforing. And now we see that other light up diagonally to the right there disappearing, which I think is a star.
It's a star. I think that's gone behind the cloud.
Okay, so it looks to me like that's stationary, right? And the clouds are always, the mist is moving. Because they're moving into the cloud cover, right? So it's in front of the plane.
We don't really have a reference point except that star up the top. On the right.
Yeah, it looks like it's disappeared now, but you can see that mist has got really thicker suddenly.
It's hard without a reference point.
Alright, okay, now it's showing up again because the cloud's starting to thin again. But I'm not seeing it moving.
Like he could put if you put a red circle around it, we could see if it's moving or not because of the red circle would give us a reference point. Or a grid pattern on the video or something.
Or he could do path analysis where you track the lights and see if they move per frame, right? Which Mick West would do. So, I know. It's tedious. It's gone again. The cloud cover's got thick again. So where's it moving? They're saying it's going down below the horizon, but I think it's this optical illusion. I'd like to see what Mick West...
I think it's just the clouds making it look like it's moving.
We have to see what Mick West has to say about it, but he'll say it's bullshit probably and it's not actually moving. Let's just see... Let's see what Mick West has to say about it at some stage.
We've got to see. We've got to see what Mick West has to say.
Oh yeah, let's just speed it up again. Where's the movement, guys? Where's the movement? Unless I'm looking at the wrong ones. I don't see any more.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, the bright light's gone, but the cloud cover's got thick.
And is your position currently between pivot and flight?
Is he moving the camera now? That's another thing. We don't know if it's the camera being moved, because it's not a dashboard cam, right? Don't you wish these pilots flew with P1000 with 100 times optical zoom?
You'd think a pilot would have a good phone that does 100 megapixel video.
They can afford it with their salaries, right?
They can afford it. Why they got iPhone 14s for?
So what happened there?
So everybody's seeing it.
I saw something flash up here. That's the camera IR light, isn't it, up there? There we go. That's what I saw before. So that's the IR.
Yeah, we eastbound on the Zulu track, just about 80 miles out of Zulu, but yeah, we see it. Yeah, we're at 330
See, to me, it's not convincing. If that light was going like round in circles really fast, right, on the video, I say, well, that's impossible. But we're not seeing that. I'm not convinced at all. It's so damn boring.
We're right behind Civic. Can you give me a clock code where we should be looking? I know it.
Hey gang, they need dash cams with better cameras than on the smartphone recording it so they can send it. Because they're trying to get coordinates passed by voice CB, and it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah. Pretty much 9 o'clock. We're at the lower right-hand corner.
Let's see if he improves it. Let's see, we're just skimming on a bit.
Speed this up and then put it in reverse.
Okay, he's going to speed it up, but we can't eliminate hand movement, can we? There's no reference point, like the edge of the window that we can stabilize it on.
And here it is.
We can't even see the edge of the clouds.
It's an arcing pattern. The captain said it was more curved and not linear. There it is in reverse.
That could be hand movement. We need a reference point off the edge of the window.
I have to agree with you there. That could be a hand movement.
Yeah.
Easily see some of the stars, the Big Dipper.
The aeroplane hits turbulence. It moves up, moves down. The hand moves.
He drew red circles for you. You were complaining about them before. There you go. He drew some circles for you. Let's go back again.
Right-hand corner of it.
Oh, God
there you go.
Sometimes the object would just...
Here you go. He's explaining it with circles this time.
Kind of pop up over the horizon.
Where's the red circle around the UFO?
Back down. So in this case, we have a reflection of what I think is an iPad in the cockpit there coming off the window. But every so often they would see things that they...
Oh, I must have went past it, but he did actually draw some circles there and around the stars for you.
The captain
Only around
said
the stars, but not the UFO.
Curved and not linear. There it is.
Yeah, he didn't draw it around the UFO. That's really sloppy work.
Yeah, it doesn't pass. Didn't draw the red circle around the UFO. Doesn't pass.
That's terrible. But he does draw some circles.
This one you can easily see some of the stars, the Big Dipper, and everyone seemed to indicate
that's a star over there.
The bottom right hand corner of it.
It does go down.
Sometimes the object would just kind of pop up.
Yeah, but could be
down too. It does that when the camera goes down. So is that hand movement or aeroplane?
Like I said, we're gonna have to have Mick West. That's gonna spend hours on. He's gonna post it. Probably get hold of the original video and post it up on his metabunk. Let's see if we can find if he's actually talked about it anyway.
Let's have a look.
Because we're going to run out of time here. It's coming up to 6, and I think the dinner we're having is a really easy dinner. So just go to Scott Brando's. He might have talked about it too. Yeah. Probably going to get yelled at soon. Dinner! Yeah. Okay, so is he doing it? What's that one? Section 51 nonsense. That's garbage. And Alien Addict had him on promoting him. He's garbage site too. Old fake UFO video created by YouTuber. Who cares?
Alien Addict is garbage.
Okay, there's nothing about this latest Ben Hansen stuff. Fake thing from a movie image. Who's that? Is that Jamie Mazzan doing that one? Who's promoting that bullshit? MUFON case someone submitted it to. What did Scott say about it? Alien Worlds of Possibilities exhibit. Oh, we're talking about museum aliens and a few live shows back, weren't we?
Yeah.
That one that was hanging on the fence, remember? A prop produced by Don. Yeah, same as the other one. It's probably the same one, is it? Actually, it could be the same one. So yeah, nothing about Scott there. Let's see if we can find Mick West. I haven't got him bookmarked, unfortunately. How do we get to the top again? Where's the search gone? Oh, there. Mick. Let's see if Mick's onto it. Maybe he's too busy with the Ukraine one or other things. So what have we got? AV Loeb, he doesn't like that guy very much. Okay, he's debunking AV Loeb's analysis on the Ukraine stuff. So yeah, there we go. And what did he say? Same thing, I suppose. Would also require a 500 meter per second shield to be just 100 meters away. I'm not sure what they're talking about there. Regular spacing, 40% increase. I think AV's wrong. The similarity and size of those views of the object is not explainable by resolution, atmospheric turbulence, or its motion. His model, the top left one, should be about noticeably larger. It appears smaller. Okay, so what did he say it was? Insect. I'm pretty sure he said it was insect. Here's the graphical version. Zoomed in. Looking at that stupid picture there. That's just so stupid. It's a waste of time. Zooming, contrast speed. We already looked at all that. Okay, so there's nothing about Ben Hansen's new thing. We have to check it out next live stream then and see if something comes out. So what's he saying? Zoomed in on the dots at the bottom. So start distance. Correction 200 meters, but the problem remains. Oh, I'm not getting into that. It's just too much at the end of the day for me for that. So yeah, he's just fighting everybody here. Oh, I have not had anything to eat all day. I'm living on juice all day and then have a dinner, a small dinner at the moment. But it is helping. And I think I've lost about 4 kgs at the moment, which ain't much, but still, everything helps. Especially with back pain. No Ben Hansen, is it? So we're going to have to watch out for that. It's all about the Ukraine stuff. So anyway, go and check him out sometime. His tweet. Okay, let's speed through this because I'm going to think
over the horizon, hang out for a bit, and then dip back down. So in this case, we have a reflection of.
Let's just keep on going.
The race.
It's
really intense and moves like the others were doing.
There it is. There's see the bright one coming up.
So you can see it there right above the horizon. Just like in the other events, it gets really bright and then dims down, almost seems to dip over the horizon.
So that looks
now,
to
if
me...
we zoom it in, you can see what Trent had described as well in the first event. He said some of these look like they were throwing off sort of sparks to the side.
Which sounds like a meteorite, doesn't it?
Now, could that be atmospheric distortion? Yeah, that's...
Yeah, it could be as well. It could be a meteorite that's sort of passing straight over their head, heading away from them, or coming towards them.
It's possible, especially as close as it is to the horizon here. It's also characteristic.
Yeah, and it's lower on the horizon. It could be a satellite still, spy satellite even, you know, that can move. You know, satellites can move military ones.
Of some rocket launches that we see.
That kind of looks like a meteorite with a slight tail that you were talking about, right?
The only problem with that theory is that
when I'm trailing satellites with my infrared and then the satellite app, you can see some satellites will move 1-2 kilometers this way or that way.
Last for hours.
That is possible.
Right?
You know,
so now, if we take a look and you speed this up and then put it in reverse, you get more of the sense of the movement that this...
Yeah, but how can you eliminate hand movements? You know, there's no reference point to lock onto the camera movement.
Thing is actually taking kind of a curve.
I just think it's a load of shit. It's not really good evidence at all, is it?
Not really.
RaceTrack UAPs. Yeah,
RaceTrack UAPs is just making you know, like amazing story. But with not much information.
And it's not on radar.
Those videos are not very convincing.
No.
and his analysis of the videos is not very good either.
Yeah, at least he zoomed in this time when he didn't do it last time, but still no red circles.
No red circle. He put red circles around the stars, but not the UFO. Like,
well, at least have a mouse pointer to point to it, you know. But he's obviously playing back videos that he's edited. But yeah, if you're editing videos, you can put circles around it, like you say. But yeah, I think the rest of it's just fluff, isn't it?
Iowa, and they're just entering Illinois. Now, if you're an aviation nerd like I am, again, here's some photos that Don...
Yeah, I would probably have to watch Ben in fast mode, like up here, just to speed him up a bit, you know.
Yeah.
Don sent me that are the flight management system. So
if you speed them up, it actually doesn't sound too bad, actually. I normally watch it 1.25 or 1.5. So let's put it
500
up.
views.
Because of this, we're able to pinpoint
already.
exactly
Cool.
the GPS coordinates where they were.
He's talking about that debunk on Third Phase.
And you can see here they almost kind of make a
493
views. Chicago. And here's some GPS. These are the waypoints. The next place.
See, even on 1.25, it's watchable.
They're heading towards. And then this chart. So this chart.
Actually, it's actually a lot more enjoyable at 1.25 speed.
Chart again tells us the flight track where they were, and then you can see those little boxes that have frequencies in them. That tells me that they should have been talking to Chicago Center, the radar facility. So they're cruising along.
Okay, so it's quite watchable on 1.25, isn't it?
And it was Don first who said that he saw something at about the 11 o'clock position. And he didn't tell Keith at first. So Keith was like, man, why didn't you say something?
So this sounds like he's on energy drink, and he's at the speed of GUFON. So if we put him back to normal speed, you'll see it's sort of slow and boring.
Yeah.
Something. But he'd been watching these for about a couple minutes before he pointed it out.
Energy.
Right. So he said they were looking out the window, and there was.
So that speed, and then play him at faster speed, and he's more enjoyable. Let's play it again.
A light that would get as bright as
it seems normal
Venus,
to me
on a black
speed.
night. He said it was so much brighter. It would stay bright for about 5 seconds, and then it would dim down. At one point, there were 3 of these completely illuminated against the star field in the background. He said they could definitely see that they were moving the stars behind them, against the stars, I should say. And the relative distance between the object...
Actually, you should better stabilize that footage on a star, shouldn't you? And you should better stabilize it on a star, maybe. And then you better track the path.
I've tried, and it doesn't work. It'll stabilize 3 seconds, and then it just dies.
What you can do then is path analysis, where you actually overlay all the frames in a certain way, so it doesn't sort of lose detail, right? And then you can actually see if that star's moving with the object, right? Then you know it's hand movement. So that's what I would do. But again, that would take maybe a few hours to put it together. You know, rip the original video to pings and then overlay it in paint.net in different layers, and you then can animate it, and you can actually then see the hand movement and join it all together and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. But I know you could probably do it in Photoshop. It's probably got all the plugins to do that easy for you. But I like to do it the old style, and that way you can enhance it and dim it down and zoom in and stabilize it.
Didn't change, so he was thinking it probably was not like a giant triangle, like one structure, exactly what the Southwest pilot said, right? So he watched it for about a minute or two, and he points it out to Keith. He saw one of them, he said, that was fairly bright when he took the video that Keith did. As it turns, that's the only one that he captures on the video, is the last.
See, the thing is, they may have seen something really credible circling in the plane, and they didn't get it on video, and they got no dash cam. But now we got these little distant lights that just are so boring, and they don't seem to be doing much. You know, they're not zooming off at super speeds or anything. To me, I just find it not credible. But obviously, their eyes could see the craft better around their craft. A bit like 18 Wheels stuff, right? He saw it better than he could document with the cameras.
Turn. They kept looking at it for about 2 hours later and never saw anything again. Now, Keith did report this on the radio. He said they called it in and asked the controller if they saw anything above them in their 11 o'clock position. And air traffic control said no. Very similar story, right? But Don did point out that the TCAS system really only gives them alerts when there's a conflict, a potential conflict collision of something that might be about 2,000 feet above or below them. So he did.
Man, it just goes on, doesn't he? Let's just
Yeah.
It's like that. It's like a boring video. It's turned into like half an hour. There's nothing much in it. It's like he's doing a live debunk on us. As you know, we spend a lot of time on one particular thing.
So both Trent and I have been pretty busy, and I really haven't had time to do a full deep dive on him with this.
That's cute. He just wanted to get it up.
We still got 15 minutes.
He's like third phase of the moon. We had to get it up as quick as possible 2 years so we can get some click views on it. How many views did he get on it? Quite a few. 15, 16,000. He's up with third phase of the moon.
But he did confirm to me that what he was seeing in there was the one light on the left-hand side, and we'll zoom in here.
Oh, my
Trent.
Lord.
Who the hell is Trent? Is that the guy from UAPS?
Co-pilot.
Who's Trent is he talking about? Is that the film producer guy?
Film
producer. They probably got all the gear and all the time in the world to do a better job than what I probably could.
You can see the lights at the bottom. That's Los Angeles as they're approaching. And there's that little pinpoint of light. It gets really bright and intense.
Just repeating himself all the time.
I've stabilized the image a little bit, so when he moves away, it does look like that movement might be caused just by the camera. It's hard to say if the light itself has been captured.
Oh, look at that!
So the two lights at the top on the left, I think those are stars, and then when he moves to the right, it exposes a third light, which I also think
those are stars.
So we're just looking at that one light that gets really bright and then dims.
Do you know
and
if they're
unfortunately, that's all
stars
we
or
have
not?
to work with. But I do commend him for trying to film. And I think because this is now his third time seeing this, we have to be careful of confirmation bias.
So, why didn't he film the UFOs that were circling the plane really close?
Bias, is he attributing this to something like, a plane turning on landing lights or something? But his TCAS is not showing it. It's way above his altitude, and I think it's no...
Yeah, it's not on radar, so it still could be meteorites or satellites, anyway.
Pilots and flight attendants. They're reporting a very...
But the only thing we can't confirm is what was flying around his plane. So who knows?
I know he's got a PowerPoint presentation. Oh my Lord!
Oh no, it goes on a bit. Anyway, I'm gonna post a link if you want to go through and suffer all that. But
that was too much for me. I'm done. I'm done
on that one too. Ben,
I'm out of here.
And RaceTrack UFOs. Well, I didn't see any RaceTrack. I'll come back to him
when he puts a red circle around the UFO and does zoom and slow motion on the UFO. We can zoom in and do slow motion.
He would have excuses for it. I guarantee it. Let's just find RaceTrack UFO. See if that comes up. RaceTrack UFO, because I've never heard of the term before. Maybe he made it up. I don't know.
RaceTrack UAP.
UFOs at the Speedway. History of race bikes.
I think you just made that up.
UFO RaceTrack. Here we go. What's that saying? I can't quite read
Song.
it. Amazon Music. No, not that one. UFO crash. RaceTrack UFO Speedway. String UFO track by that's another music thing. So it's not okay. Let's try UAP. He'll probably come up in the searches on that probably, because Google probably didn't suppress his channel because he's on TV. RaceTrack, New Zealand. And guess what? There you go. 4 hours ago, his one comes up. And yet, probably if I did the search on mine, you never get it. Today's news. So it's only him that's using that term RaceTrack. So I don't think he explained, maybe we skimmed past it, what he meant by RaceTrack. Maybe
I don't want to know.
path.
I don't want. I can live my life without knowing.
So anyway, it's posted down the side, guys, and I better wrap up and get going, eh? It's way past dinner time here now.
All right, good night, mate.
Yeah, okay, guy. Gabber. Oh.
See you, Jasper. See you, Wheels. See everybody.
I was trying to get the phone up to log you off. Hey, later, dude. Until the next live stream, see if more information comes out on these ones anyway.
Cool.
But I think the third phase bullshit is debunked. But they got lots of UFO videos streaming in, and they can't handle it all. And then they put up some garbage.
He's flying in America. He's got 10-part series on a shadow on a rock.
Yeah, that's all they can produce is some sort of Google Earth Maps bullshit, you know. Anyway, let's see you later, dude. See if we get striked or copyrighted. Anyway, later. What happened there? I'll just disappear there myself and close that down. Yeah, I'm just going to close down everything now. Has part 5 come out? Or we disappear before we disappear? Just do a refresh and just check. No, it's still on part 4, is it? Yeah. Okay. Thanks for joining us, guys. Go and get some sleep in USA. It must be getting late there. And I'll see you again next live show. Not sure when, but we'll see how it goes. I'm still trying to get all these projects and other films done for you, and the sky watching set up. So yeah, I'm going to try and put a new fisheye camera on my other tripod and see if we can actually use that to spot which direction planes are coming, because that always was a tricky thing to try and get, but it might be too low down the other tripod. I don't know if I can put more up on the same tripod, but yeah, there's stuff to experiment with anyway, and see how we go. So I'll just say good night all. Take care on the roads. And avoid that COVID. Eventually, I'm hearing lots of people getting it for the second or third time now, and it's still knocking them back. And yeah, I'll just close that down. And alright, I got that still open. Talking about the UAP. Don't save. I've already got the thumbnails done. Okay, end credits. Let's see if it plays the right ending this time. Yeah, stuffed it up last time, didn't I? But anyway. Well, it's another fun show, hopefully, and be interesting to see if Nick West talks about that one. Maybe I have to CC him a copy. It might be worth doing that, actually. Make sure he knows about it. Yeah, it's good if you got a team of people that can work on it to help you out, like he has. And Scott's got a team as well. If you want to become part of the team on the Out There channel, join our Discord group. You can find it in the pinned comments. And I forgot to turn down the volume a bit, didn't I? There we go. So you can hear me. Yeah, I said if you want to join our team, join our Discord group. You can find the pinned link in the side chat there, and become a UFO researcher with us, as well as post your own captures and we'll look at it together. Yeah, better end that. Where's my thing gone? Here we go. Done.